Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Virtual Festival of Aerobatic Teams 2020. I'm your host, Kiwei, and joining me today is Razor from Virtual Airshows.
Thank you, Kiwei. Welcome everyone today. Today we're going to be seeing 12 different countries with a total of 44 display teams across this weekend.
We'd like to thank our sponsor, Réseau Local, for supporting our show this weekend with the dedicated hardware that makes this event possible.
And we'd also like to thank the Royal Air Force Charitable Trust Enterprise for their support during Virtual RIAT 2020, an outstanding event of host of events whilst in difficult times this year. Today we'll be starting the show from Japan with the Virtual Blue Impulse. Flying a 6-ship Kawasaki T4 trainers, the Virtual Blue Impulse was founded in the year 2000. Starting on Flanker 2.0, previously known as Virtual Aerobatic Team Katana. During 2004 to 2009, the Katana team flew the SU-27 Flanker as a 4-ship demonstration, later progressing into the Kawasaki T4 on Lock-On Flaming Cliffs 2. As we wait for the team to get ready, we'd like to tell you a bit about our social media and how you can stay connected. You can follow the news and action within Virtual Airshows by going to facebook.com/Virtual Airshows or going to www.virtual-airshows.com. You can also follow us on Instagram with the handle of Virtual Airshows.
And as we're talking, you're already almost 400 on YouTube and Twitch. So please, guys, make some hype in the chat as every year. So from last year to this year, new VFAT is coming and we are going to go straight to Japan to see the Virtual Blue Impulse. So Cypher tells me in my ears, we are all connected, that the Virtual Blue Impulse are not ready yet. We are going to wait for them before we go to this show. So Razor, I'm very happy to share the disc with you this year. It's the first time we do that together. I think it's going to be fun.
Oh, it should be fun. We've talked for a long period of time now, and I think knowing each other for a fair while, this is going to go pretty swell this year. You can already see the numbers in the chat starting to climb.
That's a good thing.
Welcome everyone.
That's a good thing.
Thank you for saying the nice Christmas tree. Much obliged.
I'm not the only one to notice.
I know.
Yeah, your guys chilling in the background.
The little LED tree in the background here. Ladies and gentlemen, what are you excited to see today? What are you excited to see, Kiwei? What are you excited to say?
Of course, as I'm French, I'm excited to see the Patrouille de France, but also many other teams. You can have the schedule, of course, in the chat of Twitch, but today we will have some Virtual Blue Impulse, Virtual P47. I really want to see this one because it's a newcomer into VFAT, and I think they're going to be great, but also major teams like Virtual Red Arrows, Virtual Horsemen, V80 Skyline, and much more. We have a lot of different teams, a lot of different solos. Of course, this year, the Banana Solo display is not on FC2 anymore, so RIP Little Angel. FC2 is not supported anymore. That's not very a big deal, but it was kind of nice to see an old display on an old-fashioned simulator. So we're still waiting for that. Tell me, what are you excited to see this weekend?
Over the course of the weekend, I'm British, so I'm kind of fond to see the Virtual Red Arrows perform and see what they've got planned for the end of this year and how different their performance could be from Virtual RIAT to see what they've got in store for us during this event today. I would also like to see how the Virtual PC7 team do tonight with their flight. An outstanding another 9-ship team. Beautiful little turboprop aircraft, but such a fun thing to fly.
Yeah, and the PC7 team is led by a friend of us, Tango. I hope Tango will come and say hello, as he knows to do that. This year is busy because we are doing this virtual show all in remote control. I'm not in Paris this time like I was in 2018. I'm in my own house because of COVID-19. So we had to adjust to propose you something which is entertainment. So Cypher, do you know how many minutes we have between switching to the Blue Impulse? we can announce the Virtual Blue Impulse. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Virtual Blue Impulse are ready, and we are ready to the transition over to our first display of the day. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live demonstration of the Virtual Blue Impulse on VFAT 2020. My name is Avamra, Virtual Blue Impulse number 7, narrator and support pilot to guide you through today's show. In the next 45 minutes, the team will perform 26 maneuvers to demonstrate capabilities of the Japanese Air Self-Defense Force with a single jet or in a formation. The team is lined up on the runway, performing their last checks before they throttle up, release their brakes, and take off. The flight leader with the call sign Tink will take off, leading the main formation, currently in a 4-finger configuration. Once airborne, the slot pilot, number 4, call sign FBevo, will transition from his wing position back behind the leader to complete the iconic diamond formation. On the left wing is number 2 with the call sign Yuki. And on the right wing is number 3, call sign Harumo. Today's cameraman streaming for you today is Kawaii Neko.
Impulse, let's go! Wall up. Switch. Up.
two solos, number 5 and 6. Number 5 with the cos engine will perform a low-angle cubinate at the end of the runway, while number 6, cosine Air, will transition into a steep climb for a slow roll after takeoff. Inbound from the left is the fan brake. The diamond formation is approaching fast while in the right turn. They will minimize their spacings between the jets to fly in a tight diamond. Inbound is the solo number 5 for a 4-point roll. Every 90 degrees in the roll, he will stop the rolling maneuver and keep the aircraft level and on track for a short time before he continues the next 90 degrees of the roll. Number 6, Air has joined up the main group. The flight leader, Tink, has switched the formation into trail. On Tink's signal, the trail formation will rapidly spread out into a wide wedge formation while banking into a right turn. Shortly after, the team will transition from a wide formation to a close wedge formation. Let's have a look at the teamwork of 5 aircraft in simultaneous motion. From the left, number 5 is approaching fast for the inverted and continuous rolls. Following the inverted pass, he will climb into a split S and reapproach from the right to perform high rate rolls in the Kawasaki T4 piloted jet train aircraft.
5 up. Sit back.
Looking right ahead, the 5-ship wedge formation is about to perform the rainfall maneuver. The formation will climb into a loop and will split up into 5 different directions on the dive back down. Watch the smoke trails drawn by all 5 jets. Number 5 is nearing show center fast to climb up into the vertical climb rolls.
발소검. 라디오 캐노로 렛츠고.
From the right, the slow roll performed by Aero Solo number 6, Elliot. This maneuver requires all flight control inputs to keep the aircraft on course and altitude. From the back and approaching overhead, the flight lead put the main formation into trail. The team will climb into a clover loop in which they will transition from trail to diamond formation. From the right, approaching in are both solos number 5 and 6. While maintaining a left echelon formation, they will begin a half-slow roll. Keep an eye on number 6, the trailing jet, as he has to push the aircraft around to maintain perfect formation position.
하수로 렛츠고. 리프트로 업. 스무스. 좋다.
Again, from the back and about to fly overhead is the main group in diamond formation. The slot pilot number 4 will break away to the left to start his high-performance turn. All meanwhile, number 1, 2, and 3 are starting a right turn. The slot pilot will catch up to the main group in a series of performance turns to then rejoin back in formation right on show center. This maneuver is called the letter 8, as with the smoke trails, the team calls a big 8 in the sky.
포테이토 렛츠고. 고스피아.
From the left and right are the 2 solos preparing for the opposite continuous rolls.
코네스로 렛츠고. 됐다. 스무스.
The main formation is inbound from the right with a slight vertical offset in diamond formation, as they are in position for the 4-ship inverted pass. Both solos are approaching from the front. In a line abreast formation, they will climb into the vertical to then break away to draw a heart in the sky. With his smoke, number 4 will draw the arrow, piercing the heart.
Smoke. Oh. 8100。Smoke. Off. Fuck. Forward.
Again from the front, this time the main group in a 3-ship line abreast formation. While performing a formation barrel roll, the 2 wingmen number 2 and 3 have to maintain line abreast positions using all control inputs and tight references. This is possibly one of the most difficult formation flying maneuvers to perform in a flight simulator. Solo number 5 is inbound from the left for the high-performance turn with loop while flying the Kawasaki T4 on maximum power. Once more from the back and about to fly overhead is the main group in a wide wedge formation. Within a loop, they will close the gap and switch from a wide to tight formation.
Smoke.
Solo number 5 is joining the main group to form up the 6-ship Delta formation. The next formation maneuvers will be performed by the entire team, starting off from the left with the Delta roll. Watch as all planes go through the barrel roll in unison while maintaining the Delta shape. From the right, the Delta loop. The team has spread into a loose formation for the next maneuver, the Bonton roll. On the flight lead's callout, each aircraft will perform its own roll while maintaining the loose delta formation. Number 5 is powering up and repositioning for the vertical Cuban 8. The solo will climb into an Immelmann turn, and at the top of the climb, he will climb again into a second Immelmann turn and will perform 2 split S to draw a big 8 in the sky. The main formation has climbed up and is inbound to perform the star cross. Climbing into the vertical, the 5 jets will break away in 5 different directions to get a position to draw the star. On a coordinated callout, all pilot will start a split S to return to show sight. Today's Virtual Balloon Pulse display has entered its final phase. From the front, both solos are in line abreast formation. They will roll their jets upside down to prepare for the tag cross. On the signal of number 5, both jets will roll around and cross each other right in front of you.
Cross on. No. Put up. Let's go. Smoke off. Third ready. Now 5600. Fire smoke on. Let's go. Recovery, no. Smoke off.
From the front left, the final maneuver of the main group. Approaching a left echelon, they will begin a slow right roll and break away one after another for the rolling combat pitch. The final maneuver flown by the solos is the corkscrew. Number 5 will roll his jet upside down while number 6 performs barrel rolls around him, staying close. 6 jets are en approach to land from the left, closing today's Virtual Blue Impulse performance. This year is the 20th year of the Virtual Blue Impulse existence. Some members still flying today have been with the team ever since. This year we would like to send our thanks to everyone who supported the team on its long journey, and a special appreciation goes out to those who have been supporting the team for an extraordinary amount of time. We also thank staff and former staff that have helped us to integrate our virtual Japanese air demo team into the yearly VFAT show. Enjoy the rest of the day and VFAT weekend. Thank you and see you next year.
5ラジャー6ラジャー6ラジャー
What an amazing performance by the virtual blowing pool. It's a pleasure to see the team still flying strong in the virtual skies. This was a good way to start this year's VFAT. I really like the line abreast formation during the loop. 3 aircraft flying in line abreast during a loop. This is really tricky to do, which is nice in a virtual display. A virtual display is composed by 4 elements: the camera work, the narration, the flying, and the playlist. The 4 elements were there today. What do you think about that, Razor?
Yeah, brilliant camera work. A lot of advancements since one of their prior displays. They're always kind of up there when it comes to what they're showing, and it's quite nice to see the Japanese display team as here within VFAT nearly every year. Amazing formation, amazing recovery on certain elements as well, and definitely some fantastic maneuvers, especially the star in the sky. That's something really nicely done by this team.
And let's add that this was a 40-minute display. It means the 6 pilots need to remain concentrated and focused during 40 minutes, which is absolutely enormous. Of course, there are tons of difference between a real display and a virtual display. In both cases, you have to remain focused for 40 minutes, and it's really hard to do so. What we saw was just hard work for the whole year. So Virtual Blue Impulse, well done, guys.
Yes,
What
brilliant
should
work
we have
there, guys.
What should we have next, Razor?
So next up, we will have the virtual P-47 demonstration. That's what's coming up next on the schedule. But just a little bit back on the Japanese display team. Flying some of the formations that they do. Some of the timings that they present. It's really nice to see, especially one of the first maneuvers where they stack up, they go spread, just keeping that distance, and obviously flying from right wing myself. Just learning that distance it's something that's not only challenging, but just to kind of keep that memory there.
If you guys just joined the Virtual Airshows community, you have to understand that those guys have been doing that for 20 years. So of course, there have been some upgrades into flight simulation. Now we have VR headset, etc., etc. But they have the same passion as the first day, and that continuity is something that works very well in the virtual air shows, because you have old pilots to train young pilots, and that's how the things works. And you know that very good, Razor, because you also fly for demonstration team this year's VFAT. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so I fly for the Rockstar Jet team. We started back in 2012. We're going to be displaying later on this evening. So since prior to that, it was flying many hours on wing, and back in Flame Cliffs 2, I had the time to fly off of the Virtual Red Arrows Phantom, which is took off most hours of my time just looking left off of Crow as he's flying through his routine as a Phantom. So learning from past experience till now, teaching, obviously my guys and my team are very new into the aircraft itself, not just into the display season, but into the aircraft itself, teaching them how to fly it. It's been challenging, but it's been very rewarding, and that's what we aim for. We don't aim for everyone to get it right on the spot and to get it right there and then. It takes hard work, dedication, and the mentality to wanting to do this.
Yeah, hard work is the key for such a display, as we saw with the Virtual Blue Impulse. Those guys are working between 2 and 4 hours a week. Let's precise, this is not their job. This is their hobby. They love it. And you have a part of flying, 4 hours a week, but around that, you have mod development, schedule training, etc., etc. You have a lot of different things to make, because it's like a little group you have to keep alive. And that's very, very passionate. I've been doing that for 2009, and this was passionating. I think this is sort of the same timing for you, Razor. We are very passionate about that, and patience is the key, because if you have the patience, you have the patience to do things, and you have the will to improve yourself. That's what we're going to see with the 44 performers of the VFAT 2020.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like many times that we go up, especially myself, or if I go and fly with obviously Tango, etc. There's always time to learn, and even if you can't do it, then there might be time somewhere else. So, teams are really built off of trust and support, and to be able to support somebody else whilst trying to carry on, it's a great achievement to see them progress. It's actually really, really nice. So obviously when we see teams such as the 44 we're seeing over this weekend, some solos, some main demonstrations, these guys have put the time and effort in to teach each and every one of themselves, this is where we're to be here, this is where we're to be here, this is the call, this is the command, this is the timing for it, and it is all motivation, dedication, and precision that we all look at, and obviously the motivation plays a big key in obviously what we do here virtually and in DCS and in many other sims.
Virtual Aerobatics is just about that, making new friends, practicing with them, and living an adventure. Oh, we have a problem. I think some people just understood that I was not an English native speaking guy. So I don't know how they figured this out. My accent is still pretty good. I don't understand. Do I have a French accent, Razor? Tell me.
I think you have a slight French accent, if I must say so. Just slight, yes. So QA here is actually a narrator for the French display, so we say for the French Air Force displays. So his native language is actually French, and it's a nice, soft, and subtle French accent. But even speaking English, it is it's pretty on key. Some licks there now and then, but it's on there.
More than a slight French accent. No, that's just a slight French accent. I want you to attack me on that. I'm sorry for that. We have just maybe 3 minutes before we go to the next demonstration, which is, I believe, P-47. What can you tell us about this plane?
Yep, so up next is the P-47D demonstration. During the Second World War, the P-47 was a strategic fighter and bomber housing 8 50 caliber machine guns, and in a ground attack role configuration, it could house up to 2,500 pounds of payload, which it's quite heavy, especially back in the end of the 30s and up to the 40s. The aircraft was built with a Pratt & Whitney R2800 double Wasp engine, a 2-row 18-cylinder engine producing up to 2,500 horsepower. So today we'll be seeing a small part of the history of this aircraft with a virtual P-47 demonstration.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing flight, as this mod doesn't exist yet on DCS, so it's a work in progress mod. We'll have the luck to see it with, of course, the beautiful sound of the Pratt & Whitney engines, characteristics. DCS is good enough to have some current fighters and warbirds into the same simulator. So we have a huge diversity of what we see and on what we can do for the displays. So Cypher, and you can tell me whenever you're ready to launch the next demonstration. If you're not ready yet, let's do a little of question answers on the chat. I have the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat. So, of course, if you have any question, feel free to ask. We'll be delighted to answer you. So we have 3 minutes to go.
Sorry, yep. Oh, yeah, so 3 minutes to go. If you'd like to know more about, obviously, what we do behind VA or outside of virtual air shows, we'll be more than happy to tell you about that. We have some fantastic shows lined up for you all today. So there's some shows that we are eager to see how they perform. So the first question is, what is virtual air shows all about?
Friendship, passion, and patience, I'd say. But I'm just doing nothing in my chair. So I think we better ask Cypher. He'll answer later about that. Virtual air shows is an adventure. Really, it's an adventure. You have to live it.
the next question is, how many staff do you have at Virtual Airshows? Well, there's many members of staff here at Virtual Airshows. Obviously, we have those who do most of the groundwork. So we have runners who run around through the entire day with stream keys, getting you guys connected. Then we have the guys who, like Cypher, who does all the technical aspect, Tango, who helps with, obviously, the administration and the technical side of things, and members of staff like myself and QA here who are able to do the narration or the production side and helping out as well. We do have moderators that are in the chats, also watching the stream chats, as I can see them all sitting there, closely watching and making sure that this runs smoothly with us as we go throughout the day. So roughly around 10 to 12 members of staff. And we do this as, something that we're passionate about. So we'd rather show you what this community has as kind of like a group.
Yes, and VA is all about the federation of all little groups that are doing virtual aerobatics in each countries, and the capacity of VA to bring those guys, 44 teams together during one weekend, is our main strength. So someone is asking, where is the couch? I don't know. I will just say you, I was promoted and I got the job. So I think everything's fine. Are we ready, Cypher, to learn 347? Yeah, you lost. People saw you. You lost.
Yeah. Oh, why?
Yeah, so let's go for the virtual P47 demonstration. There we go.
Here were a bunch of fighter pilots among all these beautiful Floridians. When I entered the war and had a combat aircraft at that time, it became the Tallahassee Lassie. And I went through 6 P-47s during the Second World War.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2020 Virtual P-47 demonstration.
That's when we need each other.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are excited to present our display here at the Virtual Festival of Aerobatic Teams 2020. The voice you heard in the beginning belonged to Colonel Ralph C. Jenkins, the pilot of the Tallahassee Lassie in World War II. Our version of the Tallahassee Lassie represents one of the 10 airworthy P-47Ds in the United States, located in the Flying Heritage Combat Armament Museum at Payne Field in Everett, Washington. Flying the demonstration today is Alex Buck Stockwell. You may recognize him as the narrator for the Aerovector Jet Team and the Virtual RSAF Aerial Display Team. Diving in from your left, look closely at the cowling of the aircraft as Buck tediously flies the aircraft inverted down the runway. The Virtual P-47 demonstration aims to show off the power, grace, and incredibly high limits of a now almost extinct warbird in an exciting but realistic fashion. Some of the maneuvers you will see today would have never been performed in the real world due to the risk of losing a life or asset, but are still within the aerodynamic capabilities of this airframe. Incoming from your right, Buck will now show off the incredible precision of the P-47D with this 4-point roll.
Oh, I won't hold back. I'm gonna live my life like I'm gonna die young, like it's never enough. Like I'm born to run. I'm gonna spend my time like tomorrow won't come. Do whatever I want, like I'm born to run. I wanna see Paris, I wanna see Tokyo, I wanna be careless, even if I break my bones.
Exiting to the left and pulling up into the skies, watch now as Buck pulls his P-47 into the vertical and performs a hammerhead turn, positioning himself for the next maneuver.
Where strangers meet to feel the love of a warm drink.
The P-47 is capable of reaching speeds of up to 500 miles per hour in a dive. Approaching from the left, the high-speed pass.
Oh, I won't hold back. I'm gonna live my life like I'm gonna die young, like it's never enough. I'm gonna spend my time like tomorrow won't come. Do whatever I want, like I'm born to run. I wanna see Paris, I wanna see Tokyo, I wanna be careless.
Pulling into the vertical, once again, Buck is going to perform the first tumble in the upcoming series. Initiated in a hammerhead, the aircraft will torque over and fall into a single flat spin.
All these things I've seen and done, I live my life like I'm born to run. All these things I've seen and done, love the smell of gasoline.
Executing that maneuver with surgical precision and coming in from your right, the incendiary roll.
I've always liked to play with fire.
As Buck goes back up into the vertical, he will now attempt to hold the aircraft in a brief hover while rolling the aircraft around its center line nearly 3 times.
We could have each other, but you know I would, but you know I would.
Ladies and gentlemen, the torque roll.
You know I'm gonna change. Things just don't stay the same no more, no more. You know I'm gonna break. You know I'm gonna break your fading heart. But it's over, it's over, it's over now. But it's over. Remember when we all got drunk? I ended up with 2 broke.
Repositioning himself to the front and left, Buck will now perform a bottom-up pass while simultaneously dropping the landing gear, giving you a great look at how the hydraulic system operates. Pulling at about 4 times the force of gravity into the vertical, Buck will now perform his favorite maneuver of the display.
What you gonna do? Who you gonna tell? Maybe
100 bad days made 100 good stories. 100 good stories make me interesting at parties.
100 bad days made 100 good stories. 100 good stories make me interesting at parties. Yeah, no, I ain't scared of you. No, I ain't scared of you no more.
Meet again. Don't
few maneuvers will conclude our show. We would like to extend a huge thank you to the VFAT staff team for allowing us to present this display to you today, and our team influencers, those who have helped us create this product, Kirby, Fox, and Swift. If you would like to find out more information on the Flying Heritage and Combat Armor Museum or the real-world counterpart to our P-47, please go to flyingheritage.org. To receive team updates, please follow our Facebook page, YouTube channel, and Twitch channel, which will be available in our Discord. A link will be posted in the Virtual Airshows Discord at the end of the show.
To the folks that I know, tell them I won't be long. They'll be happy to know that
Ladies and gentlemen, finishing off the performance with a low pass in that beautiful P-47 is Buck. And my name is Frost, and you've been watching the Virtual P-47 demonstration.
What a fantastic display by the Virtual P-47 demonstration. Just to let you know that Buck, the pilot flying there, does actually have a broken hand, which seems to be kind of a running thing for the past 2 years at VFAN here. We had a pilot last year who had a broken hand and they had to relax during one of the displays. A very nice aircraft, a very nice warbird, and something we can't wait to see once again inside of VFAT. Now, QA, we have another team lined up next, but what do you think about the P-47 there as an aircraft?
My mic is not muted anymore. So I was saying, yes, it was a wonderful flight. The plane is beautiful. The flying was good from the pilot. Of course, you may have noticed that it was a video just taken before this man broke his hand. We took the track of his last training flight, and we filmed it in order to perform it today. Because in virtual air shows, we do not accept videos. The main objective of the VFAT is to provide a full live event with pilots flying all around the world. So this was a video. This is the only one of the 44 displays. As I was saying before, in DCS, the sound mode also works well with a fighter, a current fighter, a jet fighter, or a warbird from World War II. So the sound was very good. And I was talking about the narration before and the editing. The editing was absolutely wonderful. So this flight was very well done, I think. That's my own opinion. What do you think?
Brilliant. Yeah, so spatial sound, definitely from some of the modules here in DCS World, especially the props such as the Spitfire and P-51. They've got it to kind of be as realistic as they can, and it is, they're kind of on key there with most of the qualities. You know, you have the P-51 whistle that goes through the radiators there, and the sputtering of the Spitfire do sound pretty much on par to what the real aircraft is. But again, an amazing display, even though it was a video. We do only accept normally live videos, but under these circumstances, you know, you break your hand, it's, you know, we fly virtually just like anyone else. You kind of need your hands to do stuff. So if you break it, you can't really use it. But out of every act, I think that was the only video that we have. But up next, we do have a solo demonstration from the Czech Republic.
Yeah, up next, another solo demonstration from the Czech Republic, the Virtual Czech MiG-15 UT display by Virtual Hangar. So I think it's going to be an aggressive display. Can't wait to see them. I didn't check for their replay before the live, so I'm going to have the surprise to discover them.
Yes, so the display by Czech Virtual Hangar is something quite unique to see. Just a quick one, don't forget you can follow our social media for the latest involvement and news updates just by typing in !social into the chat, and if it hasn't been inputted yet, we'll get right on that. But that'll give you the links that provided to go to our Facebook, our Instagram, and also our website, where you can find more details on when events are and what we are doing within virtual air shows. But now, ladies and gentlemen, sit back and enjoy the virtual MiG-21 UTI display by Virtual Czech Hangar.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Josef, Kocan Južinek, the team's narrator, and I will briefly introduce to you today's demonstration. Our Czech Virtual Hangar is a group of aviation enthusiasts flying virtual air displays on various airplanes in DCS world. We are trying to present various party-owned airplanes related to Czech and Czechoslovak aviation history. Currently, our fleet consists of Boeing Stearman, which you might see on various virtual air shows, MiG-15, UTI, and also Mi-80 helicopter. In today's demonstration, we will present MiG-15 UTI, the Soviet-built Cold War fighter jet, which was produced in Aerobatic in Czechoslovakia under the license code CS-192 in 1955. Our show is inspired by real MiG-15 UTI, which partly fly with serial code OK UTI. Our airplane is painted in colors of MiG-15 UTI with registration number 2514, which flew under 30 Defense Infantry Regiment till 1984. The pilot for today's demonstration is Lukáš Moniadamek from Prague, Czech Republic. You may have seen him during past two live displays on Virtual Festival of Aerobatic Team 2019 or 2018. Today, he will be in approximately 10 minutes of various maneuvers in flight envelope of MiG fighter jet. We would like to dedicate this display to all men and women serving in past and also now in Czech Air Force and Czech Armed Force. And now, let's sit back, relax, and enjoy the MiG-15.
Welcome back here at VFAT 2020. We're having a good time. What a lovely demonstration to see here at VFAT 2020. Planes are flying. Time is also flying, but time is money. So Razor, what do we have next?
Flying next is the MiG-21 BIS. This is Delta 21.
Oh, Razor, you're not a MiG-21. You're lying to me. What's happening?
Apparently not. I think we're having a slight bit of technical difficulties, but I think we should be able to recover this very shortly. But yeah, what a wonderful display prior, especially by the Czech virtual hangar. So I think we should have the stream coming back up shortly. Just trying to find some word now.
Yeah, a few seconds ago. We have people just asked. Yeah, people just asked what to do to join virtual air shows and to be broadcasted at VFAT. What does it take? How do you apply to VFAT? Do you have some information on that?
Yep. So to apply for the virtual air shows, especially for any event that we do, there will always be a form linked on our website, so virtual-airshows.com. You'll see the active events there throughout the year. You can go on. You can actually apply and submit your team. You go through a quality control, and we actually view and inspect that flight. If there's anything that we can know to help you change to get it to what we broadcast on our streams, then we will help you indefinitely. If you would like to become part of a team, so to say, you have the ability to approach those who are either recruiting. We have on our Discord that we use for our communication, certain teams that are looking for pilots on a regular basis. We have new teams and old teams, those who are fictional, such as the Virtual Red Arrows, the Virtual Thunderbirds, Virtual Blue Angels, and those who are non-fictional, such as my team, as the Rockstar, and many other small teams, including like Aerobatic. You can also go on and join their Discord, pop them a friendly hello. Are you interested in recruiting, and may I apply or try out? So they are some of the key ways. A must is get yourself into the sim first, learn how to fly the aircraft or have a little go first, and if accepted, they'll take you all the way to victory. If not, they can sometimes sit you down and help you out on how to get there.
It takes a lot, but it also brings you a lot, and you'll live some moments that you will probably never forget in what you do. That's what I like when I do virtual air shows. When I started almost 15 years ago, time flies. I was saying that time flies, but this was interesting. Are there any more questions? Of course, I'm looking at the YouTube chat, but also at the Twitch chat. So as always, if you have some issues, don't hesitate to tell them. And I'd like to launch something. We did something last year, which was really interesting. Just show us how you see the VFAT. What's your setup? Are you looking at it on a TV, on a little screen, on your phone? Just send a picture with the hashtag MyVFAT like we did. And I think we'll do the same. I will show you my setup here because I bought a brand new setup in order to make that today. So helpful information, guys. Appreciate it. So thank you for being here today. That's what we love, doing virtual air shows. You were talking about teams who applies to virtual air shows in order to perform at VFAT or Burning Lake and shows like that. There is a process to enter into that kind of air show with something which is called the quality gate. The quality control will tell you if you are ready to perform or not, if your display is serious enough, because we have a quality engagement at virtual air shows and we have a credibility aspect for displays that we take into account before broadcasting you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, they are ready. So next act up, again, sorry for the little trouble that we had there, is the MiG-21 BIS, and this is Team Delta 21.
Yes. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Delta 21 vzlet. Držím brzdy otáčky 9-0. Druhý na výkonu. Štvrtý. Púšťam i raz. Vydám stop. Forsáž i raz. Šasy i raz. Vypínám 9-5. Zakrylky 2. Uberám 9-0, idem vlevo. Diamant. Solo na 9 na pozícii. Prekladám právo. Ťahám. Uberám 8-5. Korektujem právo. Ťahám. Korektujem právo. Odpúskajem. Vyhodím. Korektujem vlevo. Šipku pašli. Delta 20 je na prochode, zaujeme letovú kašku. Dými i raz. Vydám 2. ukazałem. Nie wiem, w prawo. Toczki 9-5. Kasuję w prawo, znaczy. Ja mam. Korektuję w prawo. 1800. Ja. Korektuję w prawo. Ja w prawo. Ja w prawo. Odpuszczaj. Gdzie polobrat w lewo. Wychodzi. Dymi i raz. Polobrat w lewo, naczyń. Wróci w lewo. Ja. Ja, wiatr. Wpisuję nacisk. Wynik. Ubieram, nie wygra. Tormo i raz. Odpuszczaj. Tymi 2. Tormo 2. Wydam 2. Kasuję w prawo, znaczy. Solo sprawa za 10.
Przyjął.
Korektuję w prawo. 10. Ubieram 8-2. Ja. Ja, wiatr. Ja w prawo. Odpuszczaj. Wywodzim. Strelu paszy. Wiraż w lewo, naciąć. Wydałam 8-5. Delta w stronę. Ja, wiatr w lewo. Пошли, отпускаем. Проколом вправо.
Delta Pigment.
Передавам 9-5.
Соло злява до 10.
Принял. Касаю вправо. Начали. Корректируем вправо. Через 500. Jump. Я вправо. Буде лева ручка. Убираемся. 9-2. Отпускаем. Выводим. Дыми и раз. Леву точку начали. Крутим лево. Выводим. Дыми 2. Идем вправо. Будет косая вправо.
Соло справа до 10.
Стрелу пошли.
Стоял.
Придавам 9-5. Через 800. Корректируем вправо. Jump. Я вправо. Отпускаем, будет петля. Выводим. Дыми и раз. Петлю начали. Jump. Потянуть 500. Убираем 9-2. 81. Тормоз и раз. Пошли, диамант, идем влево, отпускаем. Выводим. Дыми 2. Тормоз 2.
Соло злява до 10.
Стоял.
Идем влево. Передавам 9-0. Jump. Корректируем влево. Тормоз и раз. Jump. Vyvodím. Tormos 2. Šasy I raz. Paris I raz. Idem vpravo. 560. Uberám vás. Ja. 550. Korektujem vlevo. Fary I2. Šasy I2. Rýchlosť 570. Kasajú vpravo nač. Ďaha. Korektujem vpravo.
Solo na 9.
1400. Bude rozpust. Korektujem vpravo. Viac vpravo. Odpускaj, viac vpravo. Odpускaj. Vyvodí. Vymí. I. Raz. Rozpustka. Raz. Dva. Vymí 3. Predlžujem. Púšťam. Ide mi tým?
Ide.
Sedem 100. Idem vpravo. Šesťsto 50. Šesťsto 50. Šesťsto 50. Vyhodím.
Můžeš vypnout jí.
Idem vpravo. Bojový vpravo načli.
Môžeme do kolóny.
Kolo pašli. Vydám 8-5. Korektujem vpravo, uberám 8-2. Korektujem vpravo. Odpuskaj. Vyvodím. Styling vpravo pášli.
Stylingu.
Dimi i raz. Rozpust po komandzie. Prvý, druhý, tretí, štvrtý. Solo je to tvoje.
Rozumiem, idem na to.
605. Korektujem vľad. 620. Líder. 550. Vyvoď.
4 na 6.
Šasy i raz. Fari hore. Diamant. Mechanizácie vypúskali záchod na poslednú. Pridávam 9-0. Záchvíľky vzlet i raz. Idem vľavo. Korektujem vľavo. Ostatočné záchvíľky i raz. Korektujem vľavo. Viac vľavo. Viac vľavo. Ťahám.
Poďme sa rýchlo zaľúbiť, očistiť dušu z hrdze, obrátiť mesto na ruby a spraviť niečo drze. Môžeme si znova potýkať a z prachu
Uberám jeden.
štúne, dievčat sa správne dotýkať, zmenia
Solo 4. na finále.
Prijal.
Zakliknula. Brzdím, idem vpravo. Prvý oslobodil. Solo a Delta 21 oslobodil. Delta 21 ukážku zakončil. Vypínám fary. Vypínám motor.
Well, what a remarkable aircraft to see flying today. As a fighter, the MiG-21 BIS has a remarkable climb rate of over 250 meters. That's close to about 800 feet per second in a vertical climb. Housing the Tumansky R-25 engine, the MiG-21 at its time is a multi-role fighter and one of the most advanced of its time in the 1950s, as outstanding advance in aviation history. So I think up next, QA. QA, you are muted.
The famous one. I think I will do it until the end of the show. No, I'll try to improve myself. But yes, you're right. Coming next will be the Harrier display team. It's going to be interesting because they were performing last year at VFAT. They were already very good. Can't wait to see what they have been preparing to this year's VFAT. This will be interesting. So tell us, guys, in the chat, whether it be on YouTube, on Twitch, tell us what you thought about the display. Oh, I see someone in the YouTube chat. Hello, Ate. Thank you for being here today and supporting our virtual air shows. this is very important for us to have people like you enjoying what we do, because all about humanity, patience, and friends, as always. So, guys, tell us, what did you think about this display before we turn? Because we always have some things and topics to talk about between the shows that what make it interesting, I think. So, guys, what did you think about this wonderful display? This one interesting because, as you were saying, this plane has an incredible climb rate, so it's very overpowered. So when you fly in close formation, you have to be very careful with your throttle management. If you are too much, of course, you will lose the formation. That's something.
Yeah, so the MiG-21, it's very agile with its speed. Maneuverability is kind of it has a large turnaround, but for its time, I think speed was key to kind of get away. And if you were there and away, I think that was one of the main roles of that aircraft. So we are going to have to wait some time here. So, ladies and gentlemen, do you have anything you would like to ask us in regards to virtual air shows or the events that we hold throughout the year? We went over what it was like to join a virtual aerobatics team, what virtual air shows means and what we are. So if you have any other questions for myself or Kiwi, or anything you would like us to pass over to maybe one of the other members of staff here, we can do just that. But we hope that you're enjoying the show so far.
Yeah, this will be like this for the whole day. Almost 8 hours to go before the end of day one. So we'll have the chance to see a lot of different displays. You were talking, my friend, just before about the difference between teams which are directly taken from the reality and teams that are purely fictional. The difference in the display is huge. In one hand, you will try to reproduce exactly the team you are aimed to reproduce. And in the other hand, you will exploit and use at the maximum the capability of the simulator. So these are two approaches. Your team, let's make a little bit of promotion for your team. If the Rockstar could have, a pitch, something that describes the display, what would you say it would be?
That's quite difficult. So obviously we actually train our pilots with basic maneuvers, and as we adapt with those, obviously the pilots themselves get closer and closer throughout the display, and throughout the season they obtain either which wing they go onto. So all of our pilots are actually multi-role pilots, so they can fly on either wing or either position, and they understand that part of the routine. So if we ever need someone to be brought in, then they can fly a piece of the show, should we say. But really, for us, we are very dynamic in what we do. I've done this for quite a long time now, especially knowing Tango and the guys for many years. It's always great to, like, for myself, to be able to teach some people some new things. So I think we're more of the base of we can show you and teach you. It's whether you're there and willing to learn. So we're quite dynamic, would be the word. We follow our own principles, which is motivation, dedication, and precision. That's what we kind of strive ourselves for. And we take those who have those three qualities on board and really help them advance in what they want to do. And I think that would be the same with many other teams around and who have been around for quite some time now.
And if I'm not mistaken, your plane is the L39C, which means this is a dual seat plane. So people, if they want, they can send you a message on Discord and, okay, Razor, can I come in the backseat and have a ride with you guys just to look what it's like to be inside and to live that from the inside? We have some questions. Oh, Razor, I have a special question for you. How much fuel will be burned during this virtual air show? That's a tricky question because, of course, this kind of air show is absolutely ecological.
Yeah. So I have no clue. I could not do that type of maths off the top of my head. A lot would be the phrase if in terms of what would be used. Obviously, each team has a display a display fuel payload where they set X amount for display, and if they have to hold during that display, ourselves as the RSJT, we only hold roughly 60% of fuel for our duration of flight, so it's not a full tank, a full aircraft, and we don't actually use our external stores for this either, so we don't actually attach anything to our wings. So it's the aircraft as it is, 60% of fuel, and we probably end up with around about 200 kg at the end of it.
Yeah, each team has its own logical about the fuel they put into their planes before the display. It depends also about the how to say that. It depends also on the realism they fly with, if the fuel burns or not. We have another question, which is, will there be a military demonstration with weapons? The answer is no. This is not in Virtual Airshows policy to broadcast military actions. We focus only on virtual display and things you could see in real air shows, because the aim is to have some entertainment like in real air shows, but during winter with virtual setups. So I think we might be ready soon. Razor, are you ready to launch that next demonstration?
I think they're near ready. So, up next, a display team that performed their first show in 2018. Flying the AV-8 Harrier is the Razbam Harrier display team. So, ladies and gentlemen, sit back, relax for the Razbam Harrier display team.
To go. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Live.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Razbam Harrier display team, I'd like to welcome you to Anapa Airbase and VFAT 2020. I'm Vanquish, and I'll be your commentator for today's unique formation display featuring 5 Razbam AV-8B Night Attack Harrier 2s. Before things get too noisy, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce 2 new team members, Kirby and Broadsword, who joined the team earlier this year. Both pilots earned their spurs with Aerovector Jet Team. We are fortunate to benefit from their aerobatic experience in this, their initial season with the team. Present, Skelett, the team leader, is checking in with the team and running through the Harrier's unique pre-flight checklist. Skelett has rattled off the team's checklist: anti-skid off, brakes on, landing lights on, flares up, flaps 62, nozzles 82, power to 80. Listen and look out now for the unique Razbam Harrier display team VFAT vertical takeoff and transition to forward flight. Each pilot now waiting for the instruction from Skelett to slam the throttle forward and jump the beast into the air. See number 1 just popping over the top of the hardened aircraft shelters there. 1 is up first, quickly followed by 2 and 3. 4 and 5 then leap off the ground. The formation will slowly transition while tidying up the jet as they accelerate from pure jet flight to wingborne flight. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 aircraft up. Undercarriage up, flaps up, nozzles back. Number 1 and lead pilot today is Skelet, our tame Frenchman. Skelet loves fine wines and baguettes. On lead's left wing today is Mr. Maverick. He hails from the Netherlands. He likes to be in dikes, clogs and windmills. Mr. Maverick's outer left is stoic Brit aircraft engineer Broadsword, while on Leeds' right wing are 2 Brits, Kirby, who is hoping to make a career in military aviation, and our crack MI6 computer expert Fireblaze, whose DIY shed building skills need to be seen to be appreciated. There's a keen sense of competition on both left and right wings today. Having flown a season on Skelet's left wing, all I've got to say is, go left wings! Moving away from us now, the team join up in Vic formation. Working hard to keep track of the lead by looking through the inner wingman, our outer wings have a challenging trip ahead of them today. Initially formed from members of X-51 Air Squadron, the team came together in 2018 with the explicit aim of displaying the Harrier aircraft in formation to a wide audience of virtual airshow fans. This was a highly unusual move at the time, as the Harrier used an advanced flight model, which meant that we suffered lots of comedy crashes during early training. As in real life, the Virtual Harrier is not the most forgiving formation platform, and close formation flight requires a lot of dedication and practice to achieve a level that is halfway acceptable for public display. Sharp-eyed members of the crowd today who are watching the aircraft come in may just have noticed some cows stood in the centre of the airfield. These are going to be used as a marker later on in display, and also for providing milk for our cup of teas. If you look to your front now, you'll see that Skelet's about to order smoke on, and the team moves into challenging line abreast formation. The team will pull up into a quarter clover before transitioning into a Vic formation and exiting stage left. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the 2020 Razbam Harrier display team. Line abreast is a highly technical formation that needs precise throttle control in order for the aircraft to remain stable and in form with each other. 2, 3, 4 and 5 will be looking intently at the lead and no doubt sweating bullets as they keep the formation stable. Skelet's now called the team into Vic formation as they depart the airfield to the left. It's been a little over 53 years since the Harrier first flew, an aeroplane that brought the British and United States a uniquely capable VTOL fighter and ground attack aircraft. To put that into perspective, the Harrier's first flight was in 1967, 2 years before man landed on the moon.
claims to see the light. It seems to me that all of us have lost our patience. Cause everyone thinks they're right, and nobody thinks that they're just
Ladies and gentlemen, if you look to your left now, you will see the aircraft returning for the Vic barrel roll. Smoke on. Another challenging formation. Barrel roll is quite a difficult formation on the wings, especially the outer wings. If you're on the inside of the loop of the roll, you're pulling in. If on the outside, you're bunting and then pushing back. Over the top they go. They exit. Crowd right. The Aviate Harrier 2 that we see here is a big wing next generation Harrier developed by McDonnell Douglas and British Aerospace. The UK's Royal Air Force and Fleet Air Arm operated the next gen Harrier in the form of the Harrier GR7 and T10 before upgrading the aeroplane to the GR9 and T12 standard. The UK's Joint Force Harrier aircraft were decommissioned in 2010 as a result of the Defence Spending Review, despite being at the peak of their operational prowess. Harrier 2 Aviate-Bs are still operated today by the United States Marine Corps, Spain and Italy. It's interesting to note that the earlier tin-wing Harriers were also operated by Thailand and Spain, and the United States Marine Corps, the RAF. The Sea Harrier was operated by the Indian Navy and their Fleet Air Arm. If you look to your front now, the team are about to run in for the next manoeuvre. Skelett has called the formation change and the team move into Swan. Get your print screen buttons ready for the Swan break. Skellett's called break, break, go. The formation splits into two. Unfortunately, the smoke trails left by both aircraft don't look much like a majestic Swan. You'll have noticed that the team has separated into two individual formations now. To our left is a two-ship flown by Skelett and Mr. Maverick, and to our right, rapidly disappearing from sight, is Kirby, Fireblaze and Broadsword. Both formations are now inboard back to the airfield. Now as both formations return to show center at 450 knots for the opposition salvo pass. Keep your eye on the two aircraft to our right as they climb up the vertical before returning in formation with nozzles at 90 degrees for maximum braking. It's about to get noisy around here. Skillet first down, Maverick following him. Both pilots looking for the ground feature aim point now, the cows mentioned earlier. Once acquired, they will slow the aircraft to engine-borne flight, arrive at the hover and return to face one another. It's going to be getting pretty hot for those cows in a few minutes' time. I'd imagine by the end of the show, we'll have a nice barbecue to go to. Look to the centre now for the unique Harrier Tango. Skellins and Mr. Maverick are working like one-armed paper hangers as they jug nozzle levers, throttle and stick to maintain altitude, attitude and distance. This section of display demonstrates the unique skills needed by the virtual Harrier pilot. As 1 and 3 precisely operate their mounts only a few feet from the ground, something not possible in the real aircraft without flooding the engine. May well have been at last year's VFAT where some jokers clearly named us the Dyson display team just for the sucking of the engines. So, ladies and gentlemen, get your screenshots buttons ready. So we're about to get a unique salvo topside pass. Second formation running in now. Awesome. Skellin and Mr. Maverick are about to demonstrate a nose high and a nose low hover, transitioning off to the left. Today, demonstrating the full range of controls available during the hover. Don't try this in the real thing. Thrust available from the Harrier's Pegasus engine can be increased by injecting demineralized water into the engine. The Harrier carries 500 pounds of demid water. That's enough for 90 seconds of argumented thrust. This is useful when recovering a heavyweight aircraft to the ship when operating in hot, high conditions. Accelerating to windborne flight, 1 and 3 depart to our left. Eagle-eyed among you may have noticed that you haven't seen 2, 4 and 5 for a while. During the hover, they have been busy using the AV-8B's fantastic navigation system to reposition and return now directly in front of us. few seconds, Kirby will call for smoke on, for pulling the aircraft up to a loop. Okay, smoke's on now, look for the loop. I'm going to prime you here to get your print screen buttons ready again, folks. Please enjoy what we call Natalie titles: Split, Break, Rejoin. Break, break, go. Not sure about you guys, but I totally wasn't ready for those two aircraft that came over our heads then. You may have noticed that the aircraft are being displayed today in a quasi-UK military pattern. Early on, the team decided to display the AV-8B in a UK skin as a tribute to both the Harrier's original UK designer, Hawker Siddeley, and number 3 Fighter Squadron, operated the Harriers with the Royal Air Force. 3 Squadron with the Royal Flying Corps' 1st Heavy Than Air Squadron, formed in Lark Hill, Wiltshire, 30th of May 1912. If you have a good zoom-in view at the area just in front of the cold nozzle, you'll see 3 Squadrons badge, which shows a cockatrice on a monolith, or as the other uncharitable Harrier squadrons called it, a chicken on a breeze block. With the team reforming to our left into cross formation, we're about to see Razbam Harrier Display Team's dedication pass. Today's pass is a tribute to the brave men and women from health services across the world who are putting their lives at risk daily by squaring up to COVID and hoping those less fortunate than ourselves who are battling this terrible virus. Ladies and gentlemen, dedication pass. Skillets called the team to transition to Vic for the downwind to land. Landing any aircraft is fairly difficult. The Harrier, with its complex controls, can make this even more difficult. A-level difficult. Skillet is about to call for various controlled movements needed for transitioning the aircraft to landing. You'll see the Harrier's nozzles rotating forwards to 50 degrees soon. The front pair of nozzles, or cold nozzles, direct colder air coming direct from the low pressure turbine. The rear pair of nozzles, or hot nozzles, channel the 650 degrees centigrade jet exhaust downwards. The nozzles can move from 0 degrees for forward flight to 98.5 degrees, which is just forward of the vertical and allows the Harrier its unique capability to fly backwards. Bleed air reaction ducts in the Harrier's nose and wingtip and tail allow the Harrier to move horizontally and turn in slow jet-borne flight, as the rudder and ailerons are no longer effective at slow speeds or in the hover. Gear and flaps down now. Skillet brings the formation round to base.
Where you going, buddy? This elevator.
Although the Harrier is famous for its vertical landing capability, you're going to see today demonstrated for you is a RVL, or rolling vertical landing. The aircraft will have some forward speed but will still descend at the same rate. A version of RVL is used today by the F-35B aircraft as they recover onto aircraft carriers. Tell how good these guys are because they make this look really, really easy. I can tell you that it's not at all. All down with no dramas. The aircraft are going to get into line of stern formation on the runway. I'm going to show you something special. Display team. I'd just like to thank you all at VFAT for watching our display, taking the time to make comments in the chat. If you don't have the Harrier module, you're a dedicated ground attack aircraft pilot, I would really recommend picking it up. It's been an awesome piece of kit. Flying combat as well. Enjoyed every minute of flying the aircraft. The capabilities that you see today. Hopefully impressive. Ready now for Skillet to turn the aircraft to face the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, Ransbam 2020 Harrier display team.
Nicely done, guys. Still having great times here at VFAT 2020. What an amazing display by the Rasbam Higher Display team, previously known as the X51 Higher Display team. This team started displaying back in 2018 and have attended events such as Virtual Aviation Nation, Wings Over Tbilisi, or the VFAT in 2020.
Now up next, a team that has been around since the start of the Virtual Festival Aerobatic teams.
It's okay.
I think it is. Yep.
No, it's okay.
So up next is a team that has been around since the start of VFAT and have flown countless of shows. And with 9 red jets in ballet with each other, we're talking about the Virtual Red Arrows. Flying 9 modified BA System T1 Hawks, the Virtual Red Arrows are reenacting the display of the Royal Air Force Red Arrows. So ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the red, white and blue smoke as we go over to the Virtual Red Arrows here at the Virtual Festival of Aerobatic Teams 2020.
And done.
Reds, we are live. Pass roll aboard. Thank you, just putting off coming left. 6. Reds, check. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Smoke. Lights on. Go. Power. Check power brakes. Reds rolling now.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name is Andy Huff, callsign Badger, Red 10 and Supervisor with the Virtual Red Arrows for our 2020 season. We're extremely pleased to be flying here for you today at the Virtual Festival of Aerobatic Teams, and we welcome you to our show. The team have been training extremely hard to be able to perform our full display live here for you today. Our show is a recreation of the 2019 Royal Air Force Red Arrow show routine, which incorporates some of the hardest aerobatic maneuvers performed by aerobatic teams throughout the world. The Virtual Red Arrows was founded in 2005, and the team have previously flown full 9-ship displays at virtual air shows such as Virtual Air, Virtual Aviation Nation, and Virtual RIAT. The aircraft we fly is the Hawk T1A. It first entered service with the Royal Air Force in 1976 and has been used by the Red Arrows since 1979. It's a 2-seater advanced training jet capable of speeds of up to 645 miles per hour, built by BAE Systems. Our show is tailored as close as possible to the Royal Air Force Red Arrow show routine as a mark of respect to all their dedication and unrivaled skills. On behalf of the team, the Reds, all our support personnel and sponsors, we're delighted to be performing here for you today, and we hope you enjoy the show.
Aboard. Good job, 6. Rolling out now. 9 arrow. Go. 8. 9.
Behind our camera, we have Red 11, Ruth Evans, callsign Squarey. Squarey joined the team in 2017, and this will be her 4th season streaming our displays. When she's not streaming our flights, she breeds horses for show jumping and eventing. Squarey is native to Sweden and works as a personal assistant and photographer.
6. Coming right now. Holding the bank now. Tightening. Reds, prime. Smoke off, go. Amateur big battle, go. 4, 5, 6, 7.
Red 1 has now checked the team, making sure the jets are all trimmed out, the smoke systems are primed, and the team are now called into amateur big battle formation, ready for their arrival with the patriotic red, white and blue smoke.
Letting it out. Rolling out now. And for the final time, red starting full.
It's a fantastic way to end the season. VFAT 2020. Let's have some fun. 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready as the jets run into VFAT. Please put your hands together for the 2020 Virtual Aerobatic team, the Virtual Red Arrows! As the jets fly overhead in big battle formation, trailing the red, white and blue smoke, Red 1 leads the team into the vertical and calls them into short diamond formation.
Go! 9! Smoke off! Go!
The jets reaching 6,000 feet as they pull over the top of the loop. Leading the formation we have Red 1, Petter Hovland, callsign Crow. Crow joined the VRA back in 2008, joining first as a right-wing pilot. He switched to Red 1 and has led the team since 2009. Petter from Norway is a 3D visualizations designer, and in his spare time, he enjoys guitar and video games.
Let it out. Coming right now. Holding the bank now. Tightening. Apollo. Go. 2, 3.
Apollo Go goes Red 1 as the smokes of 4, 5, 8 and 9 comes on and the edges of short diamond falls back. In recognition to 2019 being the 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11 and the first moon landings. Coming in from our right hand side, you'll see the smoke come back on and the jets pull up. This is the Apollo roll.
Easing up. Smoke on. Go. And roll.
Upside down at 3,000 feet on the right hand side of Red 1 in the Apollo roll, we have Red 2, Ollie Price, callsign Calico. From the UK, Calico is a first officer on the Airbus A319 and A320, and in his free time, he enjoys PC gaming and music.
Coming left now. Holding the bank now. Tightening.
As Apollo flies off, Red 1 will call Concorde go. As the smoke comes back on, we'll see Reds 2, 3, 8 and 9 dropping back towards the rear of the formation, forming the iconic shape of the supersonic passenger airliner that also had its 50th anniversary last year. It first flew in 1969 and graced our skies up until 2003. From the left-hand side, you'll see the smoke come on as here comes Concorde.
Rolling out now. Reds, smoke on. Go. And Pollock. Up.
The 9 jets going into the vertical. The smoke is on. Red 1 will now switch the formation into Signet as they go up and over the top of the loop.
8, 9. Throttling back.
On the right-hand side of Red 1, during the pull-up into Signet, we have Red 4, Bjorn Evans, callsign Shaggy. Shaggy first joined the team in 2007, flying 3 seasons. He then returned in 2015 and has flown Red 2, Red 4, and previously led Jippo as Synchro Lead, flying Red 6. But this year, Shaggy's rejoined Enid. Based in Sweden, Shaggy works as a photographer, consultant, and personal assistant.
Phoenix. Go. 2, 3.
Now Phoenix Go calls Red 1 as Cygnet's wings move forward and the smoke comes back on. With the jets forming up, 6 jets line abreast with a distance of around 100 meters between the wingtips of Red 8 and Red 9. This is an extremely difficult formation for the pilots to fly. This is Phoenix.
Run.
Now as the colour comes on and Phoenix flies past us, flying on the left side of Red 1, we have Red 3, Jake Allison, callsign Swift. Swift is currently studying IT, and in his free time he loves aviation, wildlife photography, flying drones and PC gaming.
Smoke off. Go. Coming right now. Holding the now. Tight.
As Phoenix flies away, we're about to represent another aircraft which played a huge role in Bomber Command during World War II and the Dambuster raids. From the right hand side, you'll see the nose lights pointing back towards us, and they'll fly right past us as the team perform the Lancaster roll.
Letting it out. Rolling out now. Easing up. Smoke on. Go. And roll.
So White Heart 135 at 0.
White Heart 135 at 0. Holding the bank. Now.
The jet's rolling again at 3,000 feet. On the far left wingtip during Lancaster, we have Red 5, Daniel Katsav, callsign Rix. From Israel, Rix has previously flown Red 3 for the 2018 and 19 seasons. Daniel would like to dedicate his flights this season to a dear friend, Mr. Ido Segev. Ido's inspiring life was always around aviation, second to none in professionalism, and always a constant smile on his face. Blue skies and tailwinds, Dodo, we miss you dearly.
Tight. Nang.
Now as Lancaster moves off, it's time for one of our most popular formations. You'll see Red 8 and 9 fall back and drop down in the formation as Red 1 pulls the rest of the aircraft back round towards us. In dedication to a combat aircraft which was used by the Royal Air Force all over the world for 3 decades, get ready because it's time for Tornado.
Out now. Red, smoke on. Go. 8, 9, roll. Go.
Board calls Red 9 as 8 and 9 start to roll around the smoke of the rest of the formation with the red and blue smoke trails.
Coming left now.
Red 1 now pulling the formation to the left, changing smoke colour as they fly past in Tornado.
Go. Throttling back. Smoke off! Go! Amateur Phoenix. Go. 4, 5, 9, 8.
Amateur Phoenix calls Red 1 as the team fly off and move into Phoenix formation. This now means it's the end of the first half of our display today. Up to this point, we've seen all 9 aircraft flying in close formations. We're now about to switch the show up a gear as Red 1 splits the team into 2 sections. 1 to 5, known as Enid, after Enid Blyton, author of the famous 5, and 6, 7, 8 and 9, known as Jippo, a nickname for the Red Arrows team pilots back in the 60s. 6 and 7 will split down again as they form the synchro pair and perform close opposition passes.
6 is starting second half full, it's 0.
6 is starting full, it's 0, it's my turn ends.
7. Let's check in for palm split. 1 left.
2 left! 3 left! 1 right! 2 right! 2 right! 6.
Their team have now checked in and Red 1 is repositioning them ready to fly right towards us in the palm split.
Relic out now. Let's smoke on. Go. Palm split.
6.
Power.
The 7 jets will pull into the vertical with the white smoke, and 6 and 7 will stay low with the red and blue. This is the palm split.
And panic. Up. That's breaking now.
1 right tower! 2 right tower! 3 right tower!
Now, down low from the left and right side, we have Red 6 being joined up by Red 8, and Red 7 on the left being joined up by Red 9. Red 6 and synchro leader for this year is Daniel Grove, callsign Slider. Based in the UK, Slider helps out as a volunteer with his local Air Cadet unit, and is a keen aviation photographer and collector of aviation memorabilia and prints. Slider joined the VRA in 2014 and has previously flown Red 3, Red 5 and recently Red 9 for the 2018 and 19 seasons. Now flying towards each other with a closing speed of around 700 miles per hour, the 4 aircraft will cross within 100 feet in the incredible Jippo Pass. Reds 8 and 9 pulling into the vertical as 6 and 7 fly straight down the line. Keep your eyes on 6 and 7 as they turn hard towards each other, pulling around 6 Gs. As the nose lights point back towards us, they'll reverse the turns and cross each other in the Cyclone. 6 and 7 stay hard in the turn, pulling as they cross flight paths once again in the Slingshot.
Clear. In it on time.
6.
In it white on. Go.
Now look over to the left as here come Red 9 with the smoke on, and over to the front right as Red 1 has called Enid to get down. They've now formed into an inverted V formation, and Red 9 is about to fly right through the middle in the Goose.
Power. Coming right now.
Red 1 pulling Enid to the right and switching them to coloured smoke as Red 9 goes into the vertical, trailing his red, white and blue smoke. Red 9 for this year is Dale Brewis, callsign Delta. Delta joined the VRA in 2016, and this is his 4th year with the team after previously flying Red 3 and Red 5. From Newport in South Wales, Delta works as a radio presenter, producer, DJ, and in his spare time, he enjoys streaming and video games.
Unit smoke off. Go, that's good time, boss.
1.
Now keep your eyes towards Show Centre as Red 6 and 7 come towards us. They'll pull into the vertical and watch for the smoke to come on as the synchro pair draw the heart.
White heart.
7.
Sing. Synchro split. Roll. Smoke on. Go.
Smoke on go calls Red 6 as they pull over the top, wait for the beep, and watch them head back down towards each other. Now coming in from the top right, we have Red 8. He's about to pass through, trailing his smoke as he spears the heart.
Clear.
Red 8 for this year is Steve Cuso, call sign Teabag. From Gatwick in the UK, Teabag joined the Virtual Red Arrows in 2018, and he's a manufacturing team leader. He has previously flown Red 2 and Red 4, and in his spare time, he enjoys touring on his motorbike.
Vice versa. 7.
Red 6 and 7 flying back towards each other from the left and right. They'll come down to around 150 feet. Red 6 on the right will go inverted. As they cross show center, watch as 6 and 7 switch in vice versa.
Roll. Go.
6 and 7 fly away. Red 7 is now inverted. Red 7 for this year is Brett Skerry, call sign Magpie. Magpie comes from Scotland and joined the team in late 2012. First displaying at VFAT 2013, in his spare time Magpie enjoys British natural history, recording music and writing. Now look over to the left as here comes Red 1 with leading the rest of the formation back in. You'll hear him call them up and bank them over to the right. Here's another one of our favourites, so get ready as they go over the top. This is the vertical break.
Holding the bank now. Reds. Break, go.
Break, go calls Red 1 as the team enter the vertical break.
Smoke off. Go.
Synchro smoke on. Go. Let's get down, boss.
1.
Now once again from the right and the left, we have Red 6 and 7, the synchro pair. They will call threshold and fly straight towards each other, crossing 3 times in front of us. Watch as they hit the red and blue smoke and bank hard towards each other, swapping smoke colours each time they cross in carousel.
Turn.
The red and blue smoke is on. 6 and 7 fighting the gym force to cross again in front of us in carousel.
Let it get clear. Out. Rolling. Out. Now. Elite 1. 6. In it. Wait on. Go.
Now if we look towards the front right, we'll see the 5 nose lights of Enid pulling up and performing a snake-like roll in the sky. This is Python.
Holding the bank. Now.
Flying in a formation known as Leader's Benefit, with Red 1 in the front and 2, 3, 4 and 5 all line abreast behind.
Wait on. Go. And roll.
Enid now switching to white smoke as they perform the second roll in Python.
Holding the bank. Now.
In it, smoke off, go. Jippo, smoke on, go. That is good time, boss.
1.
Now coming in from our right hand side, Jippo are rolling in with red 6 and 7 inverted. 8 and 9 will roll around them as they fly past us in the corkscrew.
8 and 9, roll, go.
Airboat shot, go. Touch up high.
Complete whispers red 9 as Jippo fly off, making way for Enid to come back towards us.
Jippo, smoke off, go. Enid late 2.
6.
Now coming in from the left hand side, Enid are flying back towards us. Red 1 will give the command as 2 and 3 roll from the inside to the outside, changing smoke colour as they go in the rollbacks.
Clear. Go.
2 and 3 calling clear and go as they move back in and make way for 4 and 5 to do the rolls.
Go.
In it, smoke off, go. Jippo, smoke on, go. That's good time, boss.
1.
As the rollbacks fly off, keep your eyes directly ahead. 8 and 9 will roll around the synchro pair, with 6 and 7 then doing rolls of their own.
Go.
This is the Jippo break. The smoke now back to white. The synchro pair pull up, ready for their final opposition maneuver.
Roll, go. Double rolls.
7.
The jet's flying down to around 100 feet with a closing speed of over 700 miles per hour. 6 and 7 will roll towards each other and cross in double rolls.
Pull, go.
As they pass in front of us in double rolls, let's hear it for the 2020 synchro pair.
In it on time.
6.
Rats, smoke on, go. That's a vertical recovery, straight ahead and right. 2.
Now for the final time, keep your eyes straight ahead as the team fly towards us. It's the Vixen break.
Rats. Back, go.
You've been watching the 2020 Virtual Aerobatic team, the Virtual Red Arrows!
Recovery straight ahead and right.
2. 6.
Red 1 will now go smoke on so the rest of the aircraft can get a visual and race back to get into formation. So ladies and gentlemen, we hope you've enjoyed our display here today at the Virtual Festival of Aerobatic Teams. And from the whole team, we would like to wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. As the aircraft come back round towards us, we'd like to give a special thank you to our Red 12, Daz Scales, callsign Phoenix. From the UK, Daz is known as our RAF liaison officer, and he coordinates between the VRA, the RAF and the Red Arrows on our behalf. Daz was behind our first meeting with the Red Arrows at RIAT 2018, and also our visit to the Reds at RAF Scampton in 2019.
Coming right now. Holding the bank now. Tight.
Boss, we are all aboard.
Thank you. Short diamond. It's now.
All aboard as Red One has called the team into Short Diamond. He'll bring them back round towards us, call them into Diamond, ready for their arrival for the landing break.
Diamond.
2, 3.
Rolling out now. It's a spaghetti split.
2.
For the final time today from our right hand side, the team are running in. They'll pull into the vertical and turn the smoke on. It's time for the spaghetti split.
Power. And pulling. Throttling back. Reds. Back.
Break, go, calls Red One in the spaghetti split. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2020 Virtual Red Arrows! So we hope you've enjoyed this year's display here at VFAT. Thank you all for being here with us, and we hope you enjoy the rest of this weekend's excellent displays. If you would like to find out more about the VRA, please visit us at our website, virtualredarrows.com, or we can be found on all other social media platforms by searching Virtual Red Arrows. For the final time, on behalf of the team, the Reds, all our support personnel and sponsors, we thank you for joining us here today, and we hope you've enjoyed the show.
2. Gear. 3. Gear. 6. Gear.
7 gear. 1 gear.
What a fantastic display by Crow and his squadron over at the Virtual Red Arrows, a team that has always been a pleasure to see in the skies of DCS. The simulator that we are using today is developed by Eagle Dynamics and is titled Digital Combat Simulator. You can visit their website by going to www.digitalcombatsimulator.com or using the chat command !sim. I don't think that's set up at the moment. Now, with events throughout the year, we've hosted multiple events at the virtual air shows, and we would like to thank everyone involved in those events this year. From planning teams to designers, a big thank you goes out to you all. Don't forget you can follow us on Instagram and on Facebook just by looking for Virtual Airshows. That's Virtual Airshows on Facebook and Virtual Airshows as a handle on Instagram. You'll be given all the links to the social media shortly in the chat. I'll pop that on. But QA, talking about websites.
Yeah, talking about websites and social media, go check out on the Virtual Airshows Facebook page to see Cypher's view, the control tower of the VFAT located in Paris. It gathers and handles all streams in order to keep you entertained. We are doing great so far and having a beautiful day at VFAT 2020. Almost 800 viewers come, like, and subscribe, and help us to reach 1,000 until the end of the day. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a short break. No, because there have been some changes, I believe, in this schedule. We'll jump right into France because the virtual Flying Cobra will be flying instead of the break. We have a bad news because of the cancellation of the Virtual Horsemen. I'm very disappointed about that because I was expecting to see their show. I'm really sorry for them. I can imagine how this is. You train a whole year for an event, and due to technical issue, you are not able to fly. Unfortunately, that's what happens. That's the risk you take when you do virtual air shows and when you do it live, because this is a specificity. We have 44 teams coming from all across the world in a live show. This is really tricky to do. So I have information. Maybe the Flying Cobra are ready. So we jump from United Kingdom to France for the virtual Flying Cobra. Cypher, it's your turn. Cypher, it's not your turn. It just sent me a message. Give us a minute. So, guys, time to look at the chat. Have you noticed something interesting in the chat, Razor? Nobody's talking. Everybody's dead. What's happening?
Oh no! Big perks to Dreadnought in the chat for his 10 sub donations that he gave to everybody. A very, very big thank you to that. The chat has been quite active through the Virtual Red display, actually. Been quite productive. Off the list. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to know anything about us, about VA or the Virtual Airshows Group themselves, what would you like to know? Obviously, you've got myself and Kiwei here willing to talk with you about this.
Yeah, we're willing to talk because, we have to keep you entertained and we have to talk with you. This is an interactive air show. We talk to each other. If you have questions, we are here to answer them. And we are here to fill the different gaps there could be between the shows. Also, what we do here with the help of Cypher is having a global view on what's happening, working with Tango and all the members of the VA staff. So, what has been your favorite display so far? It's very hard to say. Every display has its own specificity. Of course, I love the Virtual Red Arrows. I'm happy this year not to fly for the Jettison because the flight of the Red Arrows was almost perfect. So our friends might be a little bit, frightened? No, just a bit stressful, I think. What's the feeling? You've been flying like me for a lot of virtual air shows. What's the feeling just before the show? What's happening in your head? What do you think about?
During live displays, you're always conscious about what's going on, or what's about to happen. So your mindset becomes quite still. You can either look at a wall and kind of go through it, or you're just going to sit there and stare at it. Some people go quite blank and then they remember where they are and what they have to do. But if you can just keep your focus, listen to what's going on, especially listen to your lead, and just remember that you're doing this like a training, but you're doing it in front of a fair amount of people. And as we found out, just over 800 people as it is tonight. We've had a lot of good questions come through, especially through who we'd like to actually watch. Well, my favorite tonight has been the VRA, the Virtual Red Arrows, and also the Harrier team prior to that. Flying another British aircraft, the AV-8. That aircraft is not an easy aircraft to fly, especially in DCS as well, and how they hover their aircraft. That's an absolute phenomenal to get the aircraft to stand up on its tail. It's something that it takes a lot of time practice to do.
Yes, you were talking about something really important. You take the flight as it was a training. You don't imagine that 1,000 of people will be seeing you on live or on replay. You just take it as a training, and there, it's just a training. It's called human factor in real aviation, and we have the same. Of course, we do not risk our lives, but we have a display to do, and it has to be great, because if you go at VFAT and you are unable to do a flight which is clean, the community won't like it, and it won't fit with the VFAT standards. And of course, the next year you will not be able to perform again. So sometimes there are technical issues during the flight. You see a 8-ship formation, and after a few seconds you just see a 7-ship formation. It happens. It happens. It doesn't depend on the quality of the training. Issues happen. It happens in real life. It happens in virtual air shows. So that's not a big deal. We saw that with the MiG-21 team just before. They started a maneuver at 6 aircraft. At the end of the maneuver, there were only 5 aircraft. The other one crashed. The computer crashed, not the plane. And then it came back to the formation. That's something that happened, but it's not a big deal, I think.
Yeah, take into account of, as flying, especially online, we have to take into the account that we can only do so much in our powers to get in the air and fly, and when it comes down to our broadband or equipment, then that becomes another factor that can either prevent us or help us along the way. And yes, especially with flying everything like it's a training, as long as you are confident and you have the mentality to kind of push forward and do what you need to do, you should be fine. You should get through everything okay. Just relax, sit back, and enjoy. That's all you got to do.
You do it for yourself, but you do it also for your friends. For instance, if you're an inner wingman and you're unable to fly good on the right day, the outer wingman will not like it. And you try to give your best for this man, because if you're not stable, he won't be able to do a proper flight. So it's really important to keep in mind the trust between the different pilots of a display. So we still have a bit of an issues with the virtual Cobra. That's not a big deal. Some people were asking, how does it work? We have a lot of teams all around the world. They connect to different servers, like on Discord, like on DCS. And sometimes Cypher stream them directly. Sometimes he receive directly the stream and restream it in order to have this into the virtual air shows. What's very specific is that to keep the timing right on time, people have to get ready at the good time. And for instance, the Flying Cobra, we are waiting for them because we had a cancellation. So it means they have to be ready earlier. They did not plan. So we have to adapt. That's exactly why I'm talking to you, because I'm waiting for them. Adaptation is part of a live show. It goes in the same way, I think, for every Twitch or YouTube channel, which goes live on a day or two, because you live with other people and you just have to deal with it. Any more comments with questions? I don't think so. Cypher, have you got any news for our French friends coming next? Of course, imagine 800 people watching this on the first day of VFAT. This is a good performance, and I think you can be proud of yourself. Virtual Airshows, do you like the Virtual Turkish Stars display team? I don't know, because I didn't see their display yet, so maybe I'll be able to answer your question at the end of the day or the end of day 2. Big up to the team of Virtual Airshows. Thank you, Renkouz. Big up to everyone in Europe, in England, in USA, in China, everywhere in the world. So
there's
we're having a good.
There's a good little comment here by Flying Mercury on Twitch. It says, it's been great to see VFAT's evolution throughout the years. With the improvements of live streaming technology, it's great to see live contenders on. Would you give your background? So who did you fly for at the very start there, QA?
When I started, I was 15. I flew with a bunch of friends, and it started to get serious when we tried for the first time IL-2 Sturmovik 1946, which was the first basis I had to do some close formation. It was interesting because the flight model were really good. The network was okay. In a simulator, what's important to fly in close formation is the network. If the network is good, you can do close formation. If the network is not good, there will be delay between the announcement of the leader and the reaction of this plane, and sometimes you can have issues with that. So I was on IL-2, and 2 years later, I found a forum which was called Jettison. I didn't know it at the time, but yes, it was the beginning of a big journey. So started to fly with the Jettison in 2011, and since then flying with Jettison. So we've been flying on the Gripen for the first year. VFAT 20 and 10, we are flying on the Gripen 8-ship display, which was really interesting with my close friend Jenny, that I'd like to say hello today. After that, Jettison switched from planes to planes, Sukhoi 27, and finally Alpha Jet in 2013, I think. And since then, Alpha Jet. For the Jettison, I think I did every single position except for the leader. I was inner wingman, outer wingman, and solo pilot. It was really interesting to have different approaches. Yeah, it was really fascinating. I don't want to waste too much time about talking about myself because I don't really like it, and I think people will get bored at some time. I know that 2 years ago you came to the Jettison and we shared some flights together. That's how we met, I think, Razor.
Yes, so we did a short few trainings together on my swift return back to DCS after departing in 2013 for studies. I came back and we pretty much had a wild time of getting used to the sim again, especially with the within the Alpha Jet. But I think the Flying Cobras are ready, so we'll have to cut this conversation short and for another time. So the Flying Cobras are ready. I think we're going to transition over to them now. So ladies and gentlemen, the Virtual Aerobatic team, the Flying Cobras.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Flying Cobra and its leader Philippe Auchetler, I kindly welcome you to our show. Mesdames et messieurs, au nom de la Flying Cobra et de son leader Philippe Auchetler, je vous souhaite la bienvenue à cette dernière démonstration de l'année 2020. Let's quickly talk a bit about the team and how they arrived here today. So the leader of the VAT Flying Cobra is Aviator 61, Philippe Hochler from Switzerland, 59 years old and flying a simulator since FS 98 and in PCS since 2013. He's the leader of Incident Situation 2010. Donc le leader de la team, son pseudo Aviator 61, Philippe Hochler, il vient de Suisse, 59 ans, il fait de la simulation depuis Flight Simulator 98, il est sur DCS depuis 2013, il est leader de l'équipe depuis sa création en 2010, avec son père David Pessonneau, Ramsey numéro 5, il y a 10 ans. Number 2, left wingman Doofy, Fabien Sujataji, I hope I didn't kill his name, 44 years old from Martinique, and is in the team since 2018. Donc l'intérieur droite, Doofy, Fabien, 44 ans, de Martinique, est dans l'équipe depuis 2018. Now if we're talking about the number 3, the right wingman, Dickeneck, Théophile Collin, 20 years old, is a student in mechanic engineering. He's a flying glider in real life and he's flying with the VAT Flying Cobra since 2 years. Numéro 3 à l'intérieur gauche, Dickeneck, Théo Collin, 22 ans, étudiant ingénieur mécanique, il vole des planeurs dans la vie réelle et il est avec les Cobras depuis 2 ans. The number 4, the outer left right wingman, my bad, is Papix Jean-Jacques Schneider. And listen, this 74 years old in next January. He's in the aviation since he's 18 years old. Glider, light aviation, military pilot, liner pilot, helicopter, parachute LTAP, paraglider, I mean, everything flying is obviously fluid, so yes. And is doing simulation in TCS and member of the VAT Flying Cobra since 2018, sorry. Donc, le numéro 4, l'extérieur droite, Papix, de son nickname et son prénom Jean-Jacques Schneider, 74 ans janvier prochain, donc il n'y a vraiment pas d'âge pour faire du vol en formation. Aviateur depuis l'âge de 18 ans, donc vol à voile, aviation légère, militaire, de transport, hélicoptère, parachutiste, delta, parapente, ULM, tout ce qui vole apparemment. Donc il s'est mis à DCS en 2018 et il a rejoint les Cobras aussi en 2018. The number 5, outer left wingman, Ramsey David Pessonneau, 45 years old, from Germany. He's the founder of the VAT Cobra in 2010. He's passionate by aviation since he's very young. And it's last show in the team after 10 years, same as the leader. They are choose to end up their career as the VAT Flying Cobra pilots this year. Le numéro 5, extérieur gauche, Ramsey David Pessonneau, 45 ans depuis qui habite en Allemagne. Il a fondé les Cobras en 2010, donc avec le leader. Il est passionné d'aviation depuis tout petit et c'est son dernier show en tant que leader. Then we have some new pilots. The number 6, the slot pilot, Cyril Duquesnoy. I'm sorry if I'm destroying the name. Aka Fox, come from north of France, 23 years old. He's an aviation enthusiast and simulation since he was very young. Flight simulator on everything. He flew on it and he fly in DCS since 3 years now. The number 7 I will follow is Cougar, Nicolas Arizanovic. Well, it's complicated with the last name for me to pronounce. 16 years old, from France, as always, aviation enthusiast since he's very young. Started simulation 6 years ago on FS6, then DCS, and is part of the team since 2020. Donc, le charognard Cyril, aka Fox, il vient du nord de la France, il a 23 ans. Il fait de l'aviation, de la simulation depuis qu'il est tout petit, et il a volé dans DCS depuis 3 ans. Il est tout nouveau au sein de l'équipe cette année. Le premier solo, Cougar, 16 ans, un jeune qui vient de France aussi, passionné d'aviation depuis son plus jeune âge. Il a commencé la sim il y a 6 ans sur FSX et ensuite DCS, et a aussi rejoint l'équipe en 2020. Vous voir le groupe des Flying Cobra décoller en 2 sections, et ils vont se rejoindre en vol pour débuter leur display nord. The Flying Cobra are taking the sky in 2 section takeoff. They will take off, then regroup to reach their 2020 display. Et number 8, solo, Chiton Classics, as well as every member of the team. He's flying in this year since 2 years and flying in FS 2020. Now he flew 10 years with the remote control model and with large-scale aircraft. Numéro 8, le trip solo Nicolas 6. Passionné d'aviation comme tous les autres pilotes de cette équipe. Il fait de la simulation depuis 2 ans et il joue à FS 20 depuis sa sortie. Il a fait du modélisme pendant 10 ans, des avions à grande taille.
On incline à gauche.
Concorde.
Reçu.
Now the Flying Cobra are in 2-core formation in a left wing hover to come back in the axis to start their display.
Cadence. Cadence. Je relâche. On dégauchit.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome
On incline à droite. Toc.
Virtual Flying Cobra in Concorde formation.
Légère cadence. Cadence. Je relâche. On dégauchit.
And now I will talk about the man behind the camera, the streamer of the Flying Cobra Hollywood from Belgium. He's a student in microtechnique and is about an aviation enthusiast as all the team. Le streamer Rodolphe Hollywood qui a 19 ans de Belgique, il est étudiant en microtechnique et son temps se passe dans l'aviation aéronavale. Now the Flying Cobra has left with other information called Diamond.
Cadence.
Les Cobras sont en oreille à gauche en formation diamant. Et ils vont se préparer pour faire une boucle simple.
Je relâche gentiment. On dégauchit.
The challenge of the diamond formation that you can see is actually there is a plane that is missing in the middle, and it's very hard for the last plane of the formation to handle this hole in the middle of the formation.
On dégauchit. Smoke on et cadence.
Let's pull some G for the loop. Aim a little bit speed increasing, the G a bit more light, and then send back then the getting speed, all G. Yeah. Cobra.
Off. Et cadence. Formation diamant. On incline à gauche. Tac. Diamant. Reçu. Cadence. Cadence. Je relâche. On dégauchit.
Vous pouvez voir les cobras sont en train de se préparer avec l'allumage de la fumée. Pour la prochaine figure.
Cadence. Cadence.
Climbing up to the sky for a half loop maneuver with a left
Tourne à
turn.
gauche. Toc.
There we go, the left turn coming. Demi-boucle avec un tour à gauche pour faire un passage à l'anglaise. Donc les voici qui sont en train de tourner sur la gauche. Là, tout le travail est en cours sur autant le tangage que le roulé. Voilà, même formation. Vous pouvez vraiment voir que les vainqueurs respectent très bien le box de démonstration avec une démonstration condensée. Et vous pouvez voir parfois les avions qui font des commandes au bas, du haut, chez, mais l'équipe tient très bien leur formation.
Et l'oreille à gauche. Danse.
They will switch soon to the small arrow formation to prepare to the first split of this demonstration. There we go, the small arrow formation is set now, and they will come back right in front of your eyes to perform the first separation of this 2020 display.
Cadence. Cadence. Je relâche gentiment. On dégauchit.
Ladies and gentlemen, be prepared for the first separation of this display.
Et cadence. Cadence. Cadence.
Climbing into the sky to perform a half loop. And when they will reach the decent state of the loop, they will break apart.
Rythme à gauche. Tourne à gauche. Toc. À droite, top. Et 88 affiché.
And there we go, separation has been completed now. The first boxes will perform our left wing over, or performing one famous maneuver that I know very well called tunnel. And the second box will be piercing this tunnel in the next couple of minutes.
Volet full. Toc. Pour une oreille à gauche, cadence.
La section principale, le box numéro 1 étant l'oreille à droite, comme vous avez pu l'entendre, le leader a ordonné lors des volets full, ainsi que les trains sont préparés pour faire le tunnel. Tunnel, une formation que je connais très bien, et depuis l'autre côté, le box 2 va arriver pour transpercer le tunnel.
Et je relâche.
Le challenge de cette formation est de se synchroniser pour pouvoir faire un passage en face de la caméra sur le bon axe. Donc, la formation se transmet dans les deux box. Je vais apprécier la manœuvre d'ici quelques secondes.
Piste, je dégauchis. Antenne, je relâche. Formation, tunnel. Mi, top. Valide. S'incline à droite. Légère cadence. Tunnel. Dégauchis. On rentre sur la et pour la mise. Cadence. Cadence. On monte les volets. Toc. Cadence. Formation diamant. Légère cadence. Cadence plus. Diamant. Reçu. Je relâche. On a clean à droite. Stock. Semi. Top. Et sono gauche. 3, 2, 1. Top. Cadence. Et j'incline à gauche. Cadence. Cadence. Cadence.
Now that this crossing have been completed, we are back on the main section in Delta formation, Delta 6 formation, in the right wing over again. You can see that the wing over basically is a maneuver that is used to come back to the axis more quickly than a simple turn. That's why they use it a lot. And there we will perform one complicated maneuver, a right barrel roll. Let's rock and roll. Figure assez compliquée pour les ailiers et les extérieurs, une barrique en formation. Donc là, le challenge est de garder une synchronisation pour pas faire ce qu'on appelle la banane, pour garder tout le monde sur le même rythme de roulis. Donc ce qui a été bien effectué par les Cobras ici. En plus en formation Delta, donc on a 2 niveaux d'ailier, ce qui est encore plus compliqué à suivre. Mais ça a bien été exécuté ici. Donc maintenant nous allons préparer pour un petit moment d'émotion dans ce programme avec une figure que l'on connaît, que l'on revoit, mais qui est toujours aussi imposante et impressionnante et qui nous fait du chaud au cœur, mesdames et messieurs, le cœur des Cobras. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a very famous maneuver, the heart from the flying Cobra is for you.
Je relâche. Je relâche. Top. Légère cadence. On dégauchit. Smoke on.
And the first box is again back in Concord formation for doing the famous maneuver they created called the roller coaster.
Et cadence. 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 Tourne à droite. Toc. Je relâche tranquillement. Ça remonte. Formation aigle.
Switching to eagle formation in the pool.
Cadence. Reçu.
Formation is set now in eagle. You can see that it's 2 loops.
Tourne à gauche. Toc.
Shoulder and down to the left now. Qui est actuellement en formation aigle dans ce virage à gauche pour un passage ventral à l'anglaise de nouveau.
Je relâche. Je dégauchis. Légère cadence. Et relâche.
Presentation in eagle formation.
Je relâche. On dégauchit bien à droite. Smoke off. Le dégauchis. Pour box 2, antenne en éloignement. Reçu. Et cadence. Incline à droite. On incline à gauche. Dégauchis. Je reverse à gauche.
The main section is now left wing over once again and prepare to the one more separation to create a third box. So there will be 3 box 1, 2, and 3. And as you call, and the separation is ongoing now.
Je relâche. Dégauchis. Smoke 1.
And there we go, number. And Cougar coming right straight in the other one.
Fumille. Top. Éclatement. Top. Éclatement. Toc.
And a break.
Fumille. Top. David AF. Toc. Train. Toc. Volet. Toc. Box 3.
Alright, now we are entering in the dynamic part of the display. So I won't really what they write in my script because it would have no sense about the description, but now you have Papix and David coming with full out configuration, gear down, flaps full, air brake out. Let's say they will show you that you can do some air drifting with this plane. Let's go. Et mesdames et messieurs, moi ce qu'on n'a pas souvent l'habitude de voir, mais un passage en crabe, simplement, voilà. C'est marqué, donc vous pouvez voir Papix et David en crabe sur la piste, avec tous les éléments en sortie.
Box 3, mid. Dégauchis. Je dégauchis. Box 3, fin piste. Smoke off. AF. Toc. Maintien. Toc. Dévolé. Toc. 90.
Yeah, that's how you can do, like we say, deja vu with one plane.
Je relâche.
Now,
On dégauchis.
pretty sure you all know this movie, box office movie series with lightsaber on all of the backstory, ladies and gentlemen, from the right. The Cobra for the Star Wars.
Je dégauchis. AF. Top. Antenne. Piste. Préparation pour le ticking clock. Fumille. Top. Balise. Ticking clock. Top. Et piste. Fin de piste. Retour en
And from the other side, the ticking clock or Apache-roll or whatever name we are giving it, one plane is performing barrel roll around the lead smoke.
Box 3, balise. Fin de piste.
As I said, you will see this section is pretty much dynamics with box coming from both left and right side. Now the mirror from the right, there is no dead time in this demonstration. And sadly, we are already arriving at the end of this demonstration with, let's say, the trademark of the plane Cobra that will be arriving within the next 3 minutes. Now that we have finished the mirror maneuver, they will perform a Nimmelmann with X-Cross. And right after, I think I won't have to tell you what it will look like in the sky of FIFA 2020, we will guess it. But yeah, fast to seatbelt, we got some shape in the sky, but today you will get a new one in your collection. Now both left and right side, the section coming for our X cross with the number 2 box. Let's enjoy it. Very well executed by our pilots there.
Reçu.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was a great pleasure to be here as a narrator as usual. And a pleasure to narrate for my friends over here. With a bit of emotion for the two of them will stop flying this year. But dedicated to you, tonight, please to enjoy the Cobra of the Mad Flying Cobras. Let's go! Mesdames et messieurs, vous avez vu beaucoup de formes dans le ciel, des cœurs, des étoiles. Je pense que c'est la première fois que vous allez voir un serpent dans le ciel avec leur figure de marque. Mesdames et messieurs, le Cobra des Flying Cobra, simplement. Merci à tout le monde pour votre attention. J'espère que vous avez apprécié la démonstration. Et on se voit tout au long du week-end pour ce VFAT 2020. Merci à tous, très bonne continuation. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of the show of the day. And take care.
So, guys, we are just getting kicked off here. So the next act up today will be the IRSS, a team that have been flying in War Thunder for a fair amount of time. They'll be flying the Lavonich LA7 in War Thunder itself. It's a team that have been doing this for a few years now, and they've attended Virtual Festival Aerobatic teams a handful of times.
Yeah, and as you can see, this virtual air show is not only focused on DCS virtual aerobatic teams, because LA7 are not flying on DCS, they are flying on War Thunder. The quality of the show is the first factor we take into account before validating a team. So that's not only for DCS team. If any teams want to try any simulator and the result is as expected, then virtual air shows might let them have their luck to perform at virtual air shows. Did we have some good comments before we came back here? Just take the Twitch window. Yeah, so of course, a lot of good comments for our friends, the Virtual Cobra. They did great. Flying the Alpha Jet is not a very an easy thing. The Alpha Jet was developed by the Jettison French group also. We'll see them flying a bit later. This plane is really tricky to fly because it's very sensitive. In DCS, I won't make any point of comparison with the real flight model of the real plane because I'm not able to do it. So question, when is the F-16 Viper demonstration? I'm going to check on the schedule. You can have the schedule in the chat. Don't hesitate to use the command to have the schedule. It will help you a lot during this wonderful weekend. So the F-16 Viper demo, there are several F-16 demonstrations. The Virtual Pacific Air Forces F-16 demo team, the Virtual Fighting Falcons, of course. Speaking of which, we will have the luck to be with their leader, Ghost. He's flying flight lead for the Virtual Fighting Falcon on F-16. So we're going to have, again, some good times. Two consolations today, the Virtual Canadian CF-18 demo team and the Virtual Horseman due to technical issues. Of course, we have to adapt, so maybe we'll have a 20 or 30-minute breaks later. I don't know yet, so then we'll have some time to have a lunch, and so do we. So, Razor, so far, everything is going all right for you? Are you having a good day? Is it cool to work with me today?
Yeah, it's been a change, it's been a challenge as well, which we're all pushing through. We've had a fair two cancellations today. One of them, unfortunately, being the Virtual Horseman, and another being a solo demonstration, such as the long period of time that we have now in between some of these shows. quite sad to see the Virtual Horsemen not fly today. One of the teams that I've been watching back since they flew on IL-2, and they have a very nice passion, especially myself, to see. But I think we have a team up next, our next act. I think this is for the Virtual IRSS, which fly the LA-7 aircraft in War Thunder. And obviously, we don't just specify, like Kiwi said, on one simulator such as DCS, we do look at War Thunder as well. Obviously, we try and make sure the content stays roughly the same, as you can't have our airfield mod or any of our scenery that we have here on the ground in inside of War Thunder. So, ladies and gentlemen in the chat, we have an open floor, I think.
Yes. People are saying,
right, okay, so
that's beautiful.
Sorry, say that again? Oh, you're so beautiful. There you go. Yeah.
I'm muted again? No, I'm not muted this time.
No.
I'm sorry. We have a little delay with the Razer, which could make things a bit awkward sometimes, but do not worry. It'll be fixed soon enough. So yeah, still a lot of people in the chat on YouTube and on Facebook and on Twitch. I'm sorry to say, Lee. The day is starting to be long. We've been live for 4 hours, 23 minutes so far, with an average viewers rate at 700, which is enormous concerning the fact we are just DCS community, which is small. So a lot of people are here, and thank you very much for your confidence. So we are able to launch the interview. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the warm welcome of our friend Ghost, the flight lead of the Virtual Fighting Falcon. It's right now on our Virtual Airshows. On Virtual Airshows.
Hey everyone, I'm Kirby from Virtual Airshows, and we just wrapped up a great performance from the Virtual Red Arrows, as expected. One of the other teams headlining today is the Virtual Fighting Falcons. Well, I'm joined by their #1 pilot. How are you doing today, Ghost?
I'm doing pretty well, how are you?
I'm not too bad either. So today is actually your debut performance, and it's extremely rare for a new fictional team to headline. What kind of pressure are you guys feeling today, and how long have you been preparing for this event?
We are feeling quite a bit of pressure. We've been preparing for about a year and a couple months now. We've started when the F-16 first came out with the goal of 2020 VFAT being our first show, but we never expected in a million years to be headlining it. So it has been, these past few weeks have been stressful, a lot of critiquing every single move we make. So, but we're getting ready and we're excited.
Yeah, I feel that one. I understand that some of your team members are good friends from previous teams. Which teams have you come from, and has this strengthened your team chemistry and overall bond?
Yes, so we all came from Black Phoenix Virtual Aerobatic teams flying the F-15, and when we switched over to this team, there was definitely a learning curve of jets, but we all had a lot of chemistry and we're all good friends. I've met most of them in real life a couple times, so it made it a lot easy to focus on the flying, and we already had the trust of being friends and stuff built behind us, and kind of knew everyone's strengths and weaknesses, and we were able to work off that, and here we are today.
Sweet. And with any new team, there's always the ups and downs. What kind of things have you struggled with building this team? And on a personal level, what challenges have you faced trying to lead it?
When it comes to building the team, coming up with maneuvers that are unique also, but around the jet was a big hurdle for us. It felt, all coming from the F-15, I think it was all a little bit of a shock for us trying to learn the jet and how it handles and controls. The netcode has also been a really big struggle for us with some of our maneuvers. Flying close formation, we do a lot of high G formation, which has affected us with the netcode sometimes. And on a personal level, just trying to balance life with leading and trying to make sure I can be there for the team and more than just flying, but coming up with music ideas and just building a show all around that everyone likes, but keeping chemistry with a day-to-day life. It's been pretty tough, but happy with how it's going so far.
Yeah, well, I was actually just about to say that it's pretty known that initially the ED F-16 can be pretty challenging to fly in close formation, especially after transitioning from the F-15. Do you think that your team has reached a point where you feel confident in your abilities to fly at VFAT?
I do. There was some rocky roads leading up to it. Quality control, we were very, very nervous about submitting that because we had just come off a break and we weren't feeling too great. But we're feeling good now. We've improved a ton since then, and we're just kind of repeating the show over and over and getting those fine details ready to go. It's definitely a curve from the F-15 in every way, with the throttle to how the jet handles in G. Just all of it was a big change for us. So learning all that was challenging, but I think it makes it feel worth it when we can pull off a good show, knowing that it's a tough jet to fly.
Yeah, well, I've already seen your demonstration from the quality check that you're talking about, and I can't help but notice that you have some pretty unique maneuvers packed in there. In what way did the team choreograph the demonstration?
Yeah, so when I was coming up with the idea for the team, we kind of just came up with your traditional cookie cutter show. It was a 7-ship demo at the start, and it was a very kind of every other like major team that flies F-16s or 18s, Blue Angels, Thunderbirds, swap between the solos and the Diamond. And we lost a couple members just due to life getting in the way or stuff like that. And so when we went down to 5 ships, we wanted to be something original. We knew this was our first show, and to make the biggest impact on the audience, we had to be original. And so we really sat down with the idea of how can we make maneuvers that no one else has seen, or how can we take a maneuver that people have seen and make it our own so that everything throughout the show feels original and unique.
That's fantastic. It was great talking to you today, Ghost. Good luck later. I'll be looking forward to your show.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. See you later, mate.
Nice interview. Thank you very much. We're still having some good times here at VFAT 2020. Guys, there is a third screen. Do you want to see Tango? Come on. I know you're in the chats. You can answer me. Do you want to see Tango? This is really important. We are at the beginning of something new. Would you like to see Tango? Tango, you there?
Oh, hello. What's up, everyone? I'm here today. No, I have to come to talk a bit about something that all of us know, that is the curse of VFAT, because everything is blowing up everywhere. So, as the other says, there is some technical issues over there and there. So we had 2 cancel in a row. We have what else we have? So basically, that's very sad to hear, but we had in order. Let's do a recap from Friday what happened. So our dear beloved Kirby had his motherboard who burned last week. Okay, so that's the first one. Then we got Hornet, that is the Canadian F-18 who have his VR headset who broke. The narrator cameraman of Hornet PC took water, so there is 3. And there is my good friend Piman from the Horseman who got no more internet connection. On behalf of that, I don't talk about Cypher yelling all the night because nothing was working, but that's a fact for VFAT. On my own, because this year I'm very lucky. Lucky my VR not working. I don't know. I think I broke something that I'm launching a PowerPoint simulator instead of my DCS. So I will try to do some tests later on. So there we are. We have some delay. Obviously, 55 minutes, roughly 45 minutes for the IRSS that will be flying, not in DCS, I think, flying in another platform. I will, right after this, try to see if my DCS want to collaborate a bit by just try to fly with my plane. And I will sit on my chair and pray that everything work smoothly during the rest of the day. But yeah, I mean, both of you doing a good job. I love to see QA lost sometime when he don't have his microphone working. Like he's looking like a kid lost in a supermarket, watching everywhere, searching information. So that is a bit of funny. Yeah, I hope that everyone is enjoying the show. By the way, it was we didn't have time to do a proper intro, but as I said, it's this year I think was very tricky for all of us from whatever the part of the world we are coming. And yeah, we are trying to do our best to maintain VA on virtual air shows. Obviously, the initial plan was not to do this in remote, but due to the restriction in all of our country, we had to stay at home and do it from what we can. I cannot change my background because basically just to hide my private room, you know, that there is not too much. I didn't make my bed and stuff, so my green screen just there as a decoration, let's say. So we will have a 35-minute break from now. We will be back in 6:55 GMT for the rest of the journey. The journey of VFAT continue. And I hope you all have fun. You enjoy the past action of today. QA, you will have to tell me when you get this fantastic VA vest because I need one because mine is just too personal with my name on it. And as I said, Riser, I love your haircut. I'm glad you got it to do it this morning. And
okay.
So I will move on to see if I can fly, and I will let you everybody grab a glass of water or anything you want to drink, get a snack, and relax a bit because the show continue a bit later with some, let's say, some dope action coming on.
Yeah, thank you for being here with us. See you in your plane a little later. Just as I'm your friend, I'm concerned. Go drink some water because your face is as red as your t-shirt, and I start to worry. So please take care of yourself. It's important. So yes, we are halfway to the end of the day one of VFAT 2020. Having fun with the Razer, with Tango, with all the VA staff, and with almost 600 people living this wonderful day with us. So thank you for the trust. Thank you for your presence. And I believe this is the start of the break, which will stand for like 30 minutes. Cypher will make a little countdown on the screen, but don't worry, this is not the final countdown because I love music. Okay, that was my bad joke. I hope you didn't laugh. And I hope to see you in 30 minutes. Riser, do you agree with everything I said?
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, have a nice little break. We'll see you shortly at 6:55 GMT. If you're in Central Europe, that will be 7:55 PM. So go grab yourself get hydrated mainly. Grab something to eat because it's going to be a long night and loads of acts to go. So we'll see you soon and have a nice day.
See ya. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Virtual Festival of Aerobatic Teams 2020. I'm your host, Kiwei, and joining me through this weekend is Razor from Virtual Airshows. Welcome back, Razor.
Thank you, Kiwei. Yes, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. One exciting start to today's event. With 17 more displays lined up for you today, we are eager to get ready to go. We'd like to take this time to thank Rizal Local for the support with this event today. So next up on our display list, we have the Virtual Aerobatic Team, IRSS, flying the Levonich LA-7 in the skies of War Thunder.
Обороты 6-5. Раз, два. Миша.
Плюс 5. Раз, два.
Увеличиваю 7-5. Увеличиваю 8-0. Есть. Чуть влево. Приготовиться к отрыву. Отрыв РС. Полная шасси длины.
This is the future.
Наблюдаю. Пересекаю. Небо надо. Пересекаю. Иду влево. Внизу. Дымы закрылки. Дымы закрылки. Дымы закрылки. Вадим, ты где? Вадим, не перехожу. Я справа. Прохожу. Наблюдаю. Подхожу к Мише.
This is the future.
Виталий справа. Понял? Подхожу.
Виртуальная коллаборация группа ВАД-6 вновь рада приветствовать вас на фестивале ФАТ 2020. Это уже 7-е выступление нашей группы на этом международном фестивале, однако в этом году группой впервые будут произведены целых 2 выступления в 2 разных симуляторах. Сегодня группа выступает на базе War Thunder. Наша команда единственная из всех выступает на базе данного симулятора. Пожелаем вам приятного просмотра. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Team IRSS greets you yet again from skies of the VFAT 2020. This is our 7th performance on this festival. This year we present you with 2 different flights within 2 different simulators. Today's flight is brought to you in War Thunder. It is interesting to note that we are the only team using this simulator on VFAT. We wish you have a great time and enjoy the show.
Стыкаемся, Катя, пошли. Коротенько, прям до полосы. На место.
На месте.
Ближе, пошли. Сажаемся.
This is the future.
Готов. Готово. Скольжение начали. Анна, и возьми вправо. Что мы на тебя идем. Включай. На месте. На месте. Готовится влево. Влево начал.
Лах. Уважаемые зрители, как мы могли заметить, наша группа выполняет полеты на самолетах Ла-7. Полеты на поршневых самолетах позволяют нам выполнить различные сложные и необычные элементы. Следующим группой будут проведены перестроения в положение двойное зеркало, положение двойная этажа. The engine aircraft allows us to perform difficult and unusual maneuvers. The group will now demonstrate the double invert and the so-called double shell.
Выравнивает. Горизонт.
Хорошо, устаканиваемся. И пара приготовиться правый вверх, левый вниз. Раз. Плавно. На месте.
На месте.
На месте.
На месте.
Включаем дымы. Фиксируем строй. Приготовиться к смене мест. Смена. Раз. Продолжаем.
Полоса.
Хорошо.
На месте.
Добро, наблюдаю.
Речка.
Выключаем. Дымы, расход начали. Катюш. Спокойно, плавно, на догоне. Краю. Добро.
На месте. Приготовиться влево. Влево начал.
На месте.
На догоне. На месте.
Встречный пилотаж всегда являлся одним из наиболее ярких и зрелищных выступлений. Группой будет выполнено несколько элементов встречного пилотажа, при этом будут максимально использованы возможности поршневых самолетов. Выполняемые группой элементы являются не только очень зрелищными, но и крайне опасными в исполнении. Однако подобные фигуры являются традиционной особенностью выступления нашей группы. Head-on passes has always been the most dangerous part of the flight. Team will now perform a few passes using all the advantages of the piston engine aircraft. These passes are not only visually stunning, but are also incredibly dangerous to
Я пошел. Ладно. На месте.
Отхожу.
Хорошо. Ничего страшного. Включаем дымы.
На месте.
Хорошо. Над полосой.
Полоса.
Наблюдаю. Приготовиться к расходу. Расход влево-вправо. Раз. 7-0.
Добавил.
Крен так. Выключаем. Дымы. 0,180. Не жмемся.
Готовится вывод.
Из крена. Вывод. Вот так. Приготовиться к полосе. Начали. Побольше. Вот так. На ножи.
Сейчас будет выполнен встречный проход на ножах в составе группы. Up next, the team will perform an edge head-on pass.
Сворачиваю вправо.
Готовится к выводу.
Вправо, 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 вправо. Так, да, вы дальше. Наблюдаю крен. Торца 10. Понял. Катюш, расход. Вас наблюдаю. Расход целимся. Вадим, держись дальше. Добро. Без дымов. Расческа. Итак, приготовиться к кренам. Ножи. Раз. Подняли. Положили. Проход. Вывод. 7-0. Держим. Идем дальше. И Бельван будет одновременный. Вы просто не шутите. Мы просто идем чуть подальше. Нормально все. Катюш, вырубаем. Правильно. Ага. Ладно, мы сейчас с Кати начнем. У нас с Катей Мильман. Раз. Не читаешь его. Понял. Миша и Мильман. Раз.
Пошли, затяжка пошла.
Так.
Все, держу так.
Сейчас группой будет выполнен встречный проход построения этажерка. Элемент является очень опасным и сложным в исполнении, поскольку проходящие на встречном направлении самолеты располагаются предельно близко друг к другу. The team will now perform a shelf head-on pass in a tight formation. While performing this pass, the pilots are flying almost blindfolded in relation to one another.
Включаем дымы. На месте. Второй пониже, кто там подниже, чуть пониже возьмите. Понял? И следующий тоже чуть-чуть пониже. Наблюдаем. Катюш, целимся. Проход. Дымы. 7-0. Катюш, включаем. Я за тобой. Немного не обогнала. Подожди немножко.
Все,
Хорошо, ага. 7-0 есть. На что пора сейчас? Приготовиться. Все вместе Эмильман. Раз. Все, вот так.
Группа выполняет эмельман для выполнения следующего элемента под названием «Восходящий штопор». The next maneuver is the uprising spin.
Одновременно расходимся. Расходимся сразу. Дальше. Готов? Подальше. На месте. Включаем дымы. Приготовиться к набору. Набор R. Хорошо, идем. Приготовиться к штопорам. Штопор R. Вывод R. Дымы сразу вырубили. Иду левее препятствий.
Наблюдаю справа.
Катюш, я левее далеко. Хорошо. 6-5 сию. 360 растет. $396,5.
Так, Миш, ты первый, да?
Да.
После сбора и разворота к полосе группой будет выполнен довольно необычный элемент. Несмотря на то, что выполнение данного элемента варьируется от выступления к выступлению, фигура уже успела стать визитной карточкой каждого выступления. Next, we would like to present you the cherry on the top of today's show. Spelling out words or painting symbols has long become a tradition in every VFAT flight we had.
Вот так, не жмемся. Добро. На вертикалку, Паша. Правильно. Хорошо, не жмемся.
на месте.
Добренько. Увеличу 7-5. Здесь с крена вывод плавно. Так. 7-0. Есть. Включаем дымы. Приготовиться к петле. Петля. Раз. Еще. Еще. Еще немножко. Еще. Вторые приготовиться. Отход. Раз. Так, держу. Не жмемся. Вертушка, осторожно. Наблюдаю. Спокойно. Наймельман. Не жмемся. Приготовиться к вращению. Вращение влево. Раз. Да-да-да, Паша, отходи. Ага. Клиент. Так. Тянущие меньше. Меньше. Так. Чуть приотстаньте даже. Приготовиться. Вращение влево. Раз. Еще. Еще. Так. Так, выключаем дымы. Тянущие меньше, меньше, меньше. Так, 7-0 держим. Чуть отойдем, пошли влево, плавно. Отлично. Не спеша подходите, времени много.
Только что группой был выполнен комплекс вертикальных фигур. Обратите внимание, что все фигуры выполнялись комплексно, то есть сразу одна за одной. The group has performed a series of vertical formation maneuvers. As usual, all of the elements were performed consecutively, one after another.
Добренько. Сейчас держим расстояние чуть побольше, плотный строй сейчас не нужен. Из крена вывод. Пройдем по прямой, затем доворот. Хорошо. А так. Доворот влево начали. Еще. Вот так, не жмемся. Крен меньше. Крен так. Уменьшим крен. Убираю крен. Чуть приподнимем носик, чуть-чуть. Доворот влево начали. Есть. Из крена вывод. Параметры в норме. У меня отход сейчас будет. У меня отход. Юра, параметр норма. Я и Миша отход. Вспоминаем все. На месте. Приготовиться. Первый раз. Второй так. Я 3. 4. 5. Перпендикуляр. Есть. 6-0. Есть. Сейчас будет влево, Вадим, я перед тобой. Отлично. Влево. Хорошо. Подхожу потихоньку. Добро, не спеши. Право. Закрылки, да? Контроль. Контроль. Да, Вадим, я перед тобой. 6-0. 370. Плавный разворот.
момент группой выполняется сбор для выполнения распуска на посадку. Как мы и говорили, завтра в 16:48 GMT или в 19:48 по московскому времени нашей группой будет произведено выступление на базе симулятора ДКС на самолетах Су-33. Обещаем, что это выступление будет также интересным, крайне необычным для данного фестиваля. По своему содержанию будет существенно отличаться от обычных выступлений других пилотажных групп. Дорогие друзья, мы будем очень рады видеть вас завтра в указанное время, напоминаю, 16:48 GMT или 19:48 по московскому времени. The team is performing a split foreign approach. As mentioned before, tomorrow at 16:48 GMT or 19:48 Moscow time, our team will be flying the Su-33 in DCS World. If today's show one we could call pretty standard for our team, tomorrow we would like to show you something completely new, something unlike anything you've ever seen before. Thank you for being here with us today. Stay tuned until the landing, and I'll see you later. Bye.
Парадный проход над полосой. Итак, приготовиться к распуску. Распуска раз. Тяга 0. Выключаем дымы. Шасси, закрылки, переворот. Три зеленых. Мишу наблюдаю. Три зеленых. Хорошо. Катюша, я правее, чуть сзади. Юр, наблюдаешь Катю? Так точно. Юр, чуть-чуть подбавь газку. Добавил. Хорошо. Катюш, наблюдаешь? А, нет, все нормально. Ага.
Захожу.
Я хожу справа. Наблюдаю. Поддай газку, Вадим. Да. Все, убирай. Беру поддай. То справа. Касание. Ух, хорош. Горизонт. Соблюдаем линию.
Welcome back here on the desk. We were saying previously that the non-DCS virtual aerobatic teams were hard to find, and yet we have those guys, the virtual aerobatic team IRSS. They nailed it. I know that you guys are still in your cockpit, but I also know that you will watch the replay. So well done. That's what I have to say. Well done. It was a fantastic display. That was absolutely outstanding. You guys, you nailed it. So thank you for these wonderful moments. I think so far this will be one of my favorite display. So no time to waste. Razor, what are we having next?
So up next, we'll be looking at 9 turboprop aircraft flying in close formation, representing the Swiss in our virtual skies. Ladies and gentlemen, sit back and relax for the virtual PC7 team to take to the air and perform their 2020 display here for us today at the Virtual Festival of Aerobatic Teams.
Will be going in just a few seconds. Of course, the difficulty of what we are doing. taking off the virtual PC-7 team coming from Switzerland. They are 9 colors of blue. Not blue, red and white. 3 ways for takeoff. And there we go for one of the most poetic display we will have this weekend.
Flying lead for the virtual PC-7 team is Tango. Tango is a graphic designer and lives in Switzerland. He's been with the team for a fair few years now and has been leading not just the PC-7 team but also the Patrol de Suisse. Flying number 2 is Swiss from Switzerland. Swiss is currently a student and flies Due, which is turbo number 2 on the right wing. Flying number 3, or Tre, on the inner left wing is Mermin. Mermin is a mechanical engineer and is from Switzerland also. Flying Quattro is Zen, or Brian. Brian is an IT student and is from Switzerland too. He joined the team in 2018 with over 4 years experience. Flying number 5 is Gabby. Gabby is from France and joined the team in 2017 and has over 5 years experience with the team. And flying number 6, or Sexy, is Michael Maverick. Maverick is an IT engineer and from the Netherlands. He joined the team back in 2018 with over 6 years flight experience. Flying Sete, turbo number 7, who is the lead solo, is Izzy. Izzy is currently a student and under education, but he joined the team back in 2019 with over 7 years virtual flight experience. Flying Otto today, turbo 8, is Chucky. Chucky is the second solo within the PC-7 team and has over 8 years experience, but joining the team back in 2018. Lastly, we have Tonio, which is Nove, turbo number 9. He is the second leader for the second half, and he is a student from France with over 7 to 9 years experience, joining the team back in 2017. The formation that you see here today is Flying Diamond. The formation will bend to the right in what they call the 60-degree loop. So ladies and gentlemen, from show front, the PC-7 team.
Swissness at its finest. Ladies and gentlemen, with PC-7 team.
From the left, bending back towards the right hand side of our show, we have the Flying Diamond. This is one of our main displays within the PC-7 team, as we use this to mainly transition into our other displays. So on the right hand side now, Tango would have called Turbo's Super Canard, and they would have transitioned into Super Canard. Following Super Flash, the team will bend from the left to the right, but watch closely as they switch formation into Delta. You may have noticed that 2 of the PC-7 aircraft do not have smoke, as in real life, numbers Due and they do not have smoke on their aircraft. Tango is now moving the team into tail formation. This is where the wingmen fly off of number 4. The PC-7 is used by the Swiss Air Force as a training aircraft before moving on to further aircraft such as the PC, PT-9 or 21, and then into the F-5 to F-18. So, ladies and gentlemen, from the left to right, the virtual PC-17.
Decided Razor, the piloted 57 turbo trainer is a low-wing tandem 6 training aircraft designed and manufactured by Pilatus Aircraft of Switzerland. This aircraft is capable of all basic training functions, including aerobatics, instruments, tactical, and night flying. Of course, today, what we will see is pure aerobatics.
Now, number 1 has transitioned the team into Super Losange, one of the most difficult maneuvers for Nove at the left-hand side, as he is at to switch with Sete to line up for an upcoming maneuver whilst he turn 360 degrees around show center.
Nine planes flying as one only. 9 hearts beating as one. The Swiss Air Force at its finest.
Now watch closely as the diamond passes show center on the left-hand side of your screen. You'll notice the diamond stays intact, but Sete will then be removed. Sete, being the lead solo, will have his own part to do in this aerobatic display.
Look at the precision of Tonio, converting his speed into altitude and his altitude into speed. This is infinite dedication. Tonio doing very good as a solo pilot, as he was also flying the Alpha Jet solo at La Triat. Rafale solo at La Triat, I'm sorry. And before that, he was flying the Alpha Jet solo display.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, from the front, Tango brings the team back in for the Grande split. Sorry, for the Matterhorn split. Turbos 5 and 6, 5 and 9 will be off to our right hand side of the screen, and turbos 6 and 8 will be off to our left hand side as they set up the opposing passes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from the left and right, the synchro splits. From the left-hand side, Izzy will now enter the show, performing a slow rolling maneuver in the slow roll. This is dedication and concentration, as you have to pitch that rudder in and roll the aircraft very slowly without losing his altitude. Now watch whilst 5 and 9 come in from show left, and 8 and 6 come in from show right for the Batman. You'll notice the number 7 will fly through the center of the Batman, completing the maneuver. This is one of the hardest maneuvers for the solos, as not only are you crossing once, you are crossing 3 times through a 360-degree turn. Ladies and gentlemen, the Batman. Now, from the left-hand side, aircraft 1, 2, 3, and 4 will perform independent looping maneuvers whilst chasing down Tango as the lead aircraft in the 4 times loops. As mentioned prior, you'll notice that 2 and 3 do not have smoke in the real display. 2 and 3 do not have smoke equipped on their aircraft. They are smokeless aircraft for the team. Now, then we'll pull the trail up into the 4 times reversal. As they twist their aircraft 180 degrees on top, they'll bank right and bring the aircraft show center and off into the distance to line up for the next perform the maneuver. Leads from the gentleman on the right hand side. As 9 and 5 perform the flirt. One will roll inverted as the other one rolls around the smoke. This is the flirt. Now from show center, climbing up into the skies will be 7 and 8 in the heart. Now 6 is piercing the heart with the smoke on and off. But look closely from left and right side. 7 and 8 will be performing a high turning maneuver. Now bending back towards show center, they will cross once into the lap turn 360. The command we use for this part of the synchronization is fights on. It's initializing the contact of both aircraft acknowledging each other into the turn. Now from the right hand side, Tango has positioned his 4 aircraft, numbers 1, 2, 3 and 4, to pass us in what we call the super mirror. Tango is currently inverted, but concentrating on his altitude and his altimeter, making sure that he doesn't drop below his horizontal horizon. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from the front, aircrafts 8, 6, 5 and 9 will now perform the waterfall. The aircraft will twist back to show center as number 9 pulls the formation, the trailing formation up through a series of barrel rolls.
It doesn't look like it, but I can tell you that this maneuver is one of the hardest of this race. Why that? Just because you have to be full power and your energy is limited on that way. So you have to be very precise in order not to lose your energy and to come back to your leader. Speaking of which, Fraser, I have information that next year you'll be playing with those guys. What is your feeling about that?
So previously I've been training as Deche, the dynamic pilot, for the past few months. I joined the team as an applicant and have been looking to fly multiple positions within the team. And as of next season, we say goodbye to two of our pilots, and I will be taking the position of sexy. The formation itself and the aircraft, they're very nice to fly, very stable aircraft, but in these maneuvers where power is everything, once you lose your momentum, your catch-up time could greatly be affected, hence why the guys train a lot, just to be able to perform the show for you today.
So I suppose that means you have started to get fluent with the Bambini language, the famous language used by the Switzerland Air Force, right?
Yes, so Bambini is the way that the Swiss, especially the team that we fly, speak. So it's basically like Swiss German, Swiss. So the calls are completely different than what you could be used to. You could speak French, you could speak German. But as soon as you understand and start learning Bambini, your view on how words are said completely change. But from the right-hand side, ladies and gentlemen, in tunnel formation is 7 aircraft, as Sette from the left-hand side will pierce the tunnel. This is one of my favorite maneuvers, especially within doing the program. As you can physically see, all the aircraft, especially if you're flying left or right wing during these trainings, you can see the whole ship as it is. There we
Easy
go.
does.
Sette climbing and piercing through the smoke. Now the team will pull back up into Gotardo, which is a nice formation with all the aircraft pretty much making a short timing with 2 aircraft missing. The gears are still down, and the aircraft will bend to the right to show you the formation stands. But training with Tango and the team, it has been phenomenal, learning new ways to fly, and especially learning new positions on wings to reference off of. The pilots that currently fly now are phenomenal with the amount of energy they have and the passion that they have to fly this routine and this aircraft. Now, from the right, we can see Sette doing his Rosetta climb back into a tight turn. Now back up into the air. Sette will perform a hard left rudder as he twists the aircraft over in a high wing over.
For those who are still asking, of course, this is a private mode developed by the Virtual Airshows Swiss and Tango itself.
Yes, so this aircraft is developed by the Virtual Patrol Swiss, or the PC7 team, and we have been updating this throughout the season as much as we can, and currently working on some internal work as well as some more FM data work.
And the story is absolutely beautiful because we know a pilot who was a former pilot of the Virtual 27 team, and a few years later he was doing his formation as a student fighter pilot in the Swiss Air Force on this time a real 27. So you can learn a lot of things through flight simulation and through flight formation as planes are coming back in front of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, you'll see bending from the left now. Tango's got the team in Pilatus. Performing a 360-degree looping maneuver, Tango exits on the show right as they transition into two different formations through the prior 360. Now you'll notice that the aircraft are not flying stacked one above the other as traditional formations may be. But as they are turboprops, they can fly flatter, which gives a better reference and a more sturdy display whilst flying in a large ship. This is Arrow. You'll notice that 2 and 3 have dropped back onto 4's wings as they perform a cross-like maneuver called Kreuz. Basically cross. This is quite a hard maneuver as we are lining up helmets. So if you're on the outer left wing or outer right wing, you'll be looking through the other aircraft just to make sure all the helmets are lined up. Being on the high side, it is quite a gentle fall to kind of move yourself out to that position. On the low side, tight turns, more adjustments, keeping that angle and making sure those helmets are aligned creates the perfect cross. And beautifully executed by the team.
Yeah, absolutely outstanding, so difficult to make and yet so easy to look. Well done, guys.
Our team's transitioned back into Arrow formation. They will now be transitioning into Sphere. Now you'll notice that City has come back to join the formation. This formation is called Venom. And I will be twisting the team around now for what we call it the Grande, or the final split. And ladies and gentlemen, you can follow the team on Facebook, Instagram, or on social media by stating Virtual Swiss Aerobatics as the handle.
This is the final split of the virtual PT-17. Give it up for our Swiss friends.
So what an amazing display and performance from the Virtual PT-7 team. During the end of the season, we'll be saying goodbye sadly to two of our pilots and two of our friends within the team. And we do all wish them good luck with their adventures away from the team.
Yes, pilots come, pilots goes, and next year you will be joining them for your greatest pleasure. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, you can follow us on Instagram and Facebook just by typing in social in the chat. That's one of the commands of the Twitch chat. If you're on YouTube, I don't know exactly if it works the same. So maybe we switch to something else later. So the Facebook is right. The next display might be the MiG-29. Please, in the chat, show some support to the Virtual PC-7 team. They need it. They did great. Hello, Play School. Nice to have you here. Hello, Daddy, by the way, of course, he's watching. So, what was I saying? Sometimes I lose myself. Help me, Rita.
Yeah, so next up is the 49th Reaper Fulcrum Solo, flying the MiG-29 supersonic fighter. We're just waiting for them to get ready, and we can soon transition over. If you do wish to be hosted by Virtual Airshows, you can do so by going to our website, which is virtual-airshows.com, and submitting your team for upcoming events. We do actually have a roster page there where you can submit your team's details and be listed on our website. So I think the MiG Solo is ready to go.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. He's ready to fly. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Music. Not
5 more
standby.
seconds.
There you
There
go.
you go.
Music.
What a fantastic solo by the 49th Reaper Fulcrum solo, flying the MiG-29. Next up is the virtual aerobatic team Skyline. Based out of Russia and proudly supported by their sponsors, the virtual aerobatic team Skyline will be performing with various aircraft during the next show. As the team set up, we'd like to once again thank Razor Local for their support within today's event. So we're just getting confirmation if they are getting ready to go. So they are not ready. So ladies and gentlemen in the chat, I will let you know now. You can follow us here at Virtual Air Shows on Instagram and on our website and Facebook. So our website is virtual-airshows.com, or you can go to facebook.com/virtual airshows, or you can go to Instagram and you search for Virtual Airshows. Don't forget, we're still interested in what you are watching today's VFAT performance on. So if you'd like to take a picture and post it on Instagram or Facebook with a hashtag VFAT2020, or if you're on our Discord, pop on in, hit the media channel and upload your screenshot there, or sorry, your photograph of your rig there, and welcome back, QA.
Yes,
QA just stepped away for a moment there.
Yeah, but now I'm back, so we can talk. This one was quite good, and what is really interesting, we just saw a MiG-29 flying in solo, and then we're gonna see some MiG-29 and Sukhoi 27 flying all together. So we will see a difference between a solo MiG-29, and a group flight in MiG-21. So are there any nice comments in the chat? Always reading the chat to know what people want, because we adapt to what you want, of course. I was
just sent a comment of wonderful livery on the MiG-29. Great job on the display until the VFAT curse. Unfortunately, that can happen. We are aware of this, and it can happen to anyone. So we need to make that aware. This can happen at any point during the show, and unfortunately, we can't stop that from happening. But yes, a beautiful paint scheme on that MiG aircraft. Will those pictures be shown on stream? Will the pictures be shown on stream, QA?
No, I was saying this is the interest of solos, because they push the aircraft to their limits, and somehow, sometimes, if they are not managing the aircraft properly, they just crash. Of course, this is simulation. We have something which is great tool, which is simulation, and this is not a big deal for us. Of course, we never laugh when a pilot crashes during the show. This is something that happens. This is the game of the solo, if I can tell, if I can spell that name, because as I was saying, they push the limit and just see what happens. Of course, this is a simulator, so if you have exactly the same speed and the same altitude to start the same maneuver, it will be okay. But if you have a lack of speed, if you have not enough altitude, what do? Do you cancel your maneuver, or do you try to go on? This is your choice. Of course, this is your reputation if you decide to try and to crash or not. But as it's simulation, that's not a big deal. So coming next for this wonderful evening, we are not over yet for VFAT Day 1. We will have a virtual glider aerobatic display. It was introduced last year. I think it was ASK 21, if I'm not mistaken. Then V-80 Skyline flying on MiG-21, MiG-29 and Sukhoi 27. FA-18 with the virtual RAF on the demonstration. Of course, the mighty Patrouille de France by Jelison. Can't wait to see them. And some others are newcomers, really not known. Rockstar Jet Team. I don't know who those guys are.
I don't know either.
Course, that's it.
Who are they?
I'm pretty sure they will do a good job. Do you remember the virtual from many years ago? They are back on DCS for a few months, and this year they are presenting the F-16. I'm very glad about that. We'll see some A10 demonstration team also, which is a very interesting plane to see flying low and fast because it's not unusual fighter plane. It's a plane designed around a tool which is a weapon. Let's say that this plane is a weapon. So that's really interesting to see it flying. Tomorrow, of course, many other teams, some French, some Turkish Aerobatic team coming from UK, Street Eagle, Full Delta coming from France. A lot of different teams for us today. So guys, how many are we on the chat? That's what I'm wondering. We are more than 200 on Twitch, which is really good, and 136 on YouTube. Of course, we read all the comments if we understand them, obviously. So Cypher, how much time before the skyline? 5 minutes, something like that. It's gonna be good, I think. So Skyline, the second fictional team we'll see today. They fly really good. They have been on DCS from a long time. When I was flying with Jettison, we did a flight together. It was really, really interesting. For the first part of the flight, they were flying, doing a display for us. Then we took off and flew and did a display for them. And then we joined the two formation and did a mass flight. There were something like 16 aircrafts. That was absolutely outstanding. So yeah, good memories, always good memories. That's cool because Virtual Airshows, we have some old ones, old airshows, old display, and we have some new displays. And the mix of the two can bring you such a diversity, which is really interesting to see.
Yep. So if you're just tuning in now this evening, we have currently got 11 shows left to go after the Virtual Aerobatic Team Skyline. So currently 12 left to display, 11 after that Skyline. We do have some media to show you guys during the show. So we hope you'll be interested in that. The Virtual Royal Australian Air Force Hornet demonstration will be after the glide display, and I'm quite intrigued to see the glide display. I saw it once on one of the streams, and I think they might have something new up their sleeves.
Yeah, very interesting and nice work concerning the modding part, because this was the first time we saw a glider on DCS. Of course, with DCS, you can't go up with a glider, you just fall. But if you do aerobatics like he wants to do, I think this will do perfectly the job, and this will be a good demonstration. I can't wait to see him perform, because I know this pilot is also piloting aerobatic gliders in the real life. So maybe he will tell us the difference between DCS and real life. Anyway, we'll know that later, only few seconds before we can launch the V80 Skyline, and this is going to be a great time, as always, at VFAT.
But ladies and gentlemen, it's been a wonderful evening, or morning and afternoon so far here at the Virtual Airshows. We've seen some new teams, some reoccurring teams, and some of the best perform here for you this afternoon, evening, and morning, depending on where you're from. As this is broadcasted, internationally, many people have been tuning in since the early hours of the morning and those of the early hours of the night. So obviously this event over 2 days. So tomorrow we'll have the event continue as well, where we have more teams and more large team demonstrations for you. So we have just heard that there is a 1 minute countdown. Yeah, there is a 1 minute countdown there for the VAT Skyline. But ladies and gentlemen, we are interested. Send photos of your setups, what you're watching us on. People have sent televisions, like large 50, 60-inch TVs, small little rigs, their little pits. Show us, what are you watching VFAT on this year?
We definitely want to know. Yeah.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a countdown here. So the VAT Skyline are ready. So we'll transition over now, ladies and gentlemen. Virtual Aerobatic Team Skyline. What a
Still
lovely
alive and back
display
for
from the
more.
virtual aerobatics. What a lovely display from the virtual aerobatic team Skyline. We would like to thank the staff behind the scenes for making this all possible. So Cypher, Tango, and all the ground crew running around with those keys. But next up, QA.
Next up on our display list is the Virtual Glider Aerobatic display, so sit back, relax, and let's do this.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, my name is Travis Stewart, and I'm proud to announce something that has not been seen before. You are about to witness a pure and deep, sensational display. Glider Aerobatics is all about precision and harmony. Glider Aerobatics is a true feeling of flying, nothing between you and the environment than a pair of wings. With aerobatics is not the intention to perform dangerous-looking antics like a real daredevil. The aim is to strive for elegance, flexibility, and a technical correction execution when performing various maneuvers. Of course, it's not level flying. It is loops, rolls, snaps, and spins. It is moving in the air as precise and as harmonic as possible. Who wins a competition is not about who flies better, but who makes less mistakes. In today's display, you will see Fox, who is a real-life competitor, gliding aerobatic pilot. You'll be a witness of a true elegance performance, which has not been seen before. Ladies and gentlemen, tilt your heads towards the sky. I'm proud to announce your 2020 Virtual Glider Display. Dear ladies and gentlemen, my name is Travis. We have a lot of beautiful sounding engines, a ton of cylinders, and a lot of enormous jet engines here at VFAT 2020. But what we're about to witness here is just silence, pure silence. The glider is currently being towed up behind the aero tow. The glider is equipped with 2 smoke pods on each wing, so you can witness the beautiful maneuvers, all without an engine. It's all energy management. Fox will use every bit of energy to fulfill the show. Some shows will require narration. For this, I would like you to enjoy the ballet in the sky. With a giant heart in the sky, a special dedication to our love friend, Kiko, a friend to remember. watch when Fox pulls the vertical and let the glider face gravity. Step it up a bit with some gyroscope maneuvers. Aerobatic display here at VFAT 2020. I hope you enjoyed watching the show. Stay safe.
If flying were the language of man, gliding would be its poetry. That's what most of people say. What a fantastic display from the Virtual Glider Aerobatic display. We would like to thank everyone who has displayed so far, and what an exciting first half to the show it has been.
Yes, what an exciting start to this weekend it has been. Now, shortly coming up, we'll be having a small bit of media from a very important person within the virtual aerobatic community. Oh, sorry, not the virtual aerobatic community, but the aerobatic community himself. It's an interview which one of our members of staff have conducted with them, just to find a bit more details about how they run and what they do in their time whilst flying. But, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching with us. Obviously, we have a few more acts to go tonight, including the virtual Jetsons as the Patrol de France, which I can't wait to see, and the Belgian F-16 to come up as well. But I think we are ready. One moment.
Yeah, I think this could be
don't forget that you can actually keep up with the action with virtual air shows by following us on social media. As I've said prior, you can follow us on Facebook by going to facebook.com/virtual air shows. You can always follow us on Instagram by going to instagram.com/virtual air shows. And you can also tag in yourself here at VFAT 2020 by using the hashtag VFAT 2020. I said prior, we are interested in seeing what you're watching this on. So if you've got a photograph of what you're watching this on tonight, feel free to pop it in the Discord or press hashtag on Facebook of hashtag VFAT2020, and the same goes for Instagram.
So I hope everything is going well so far for you. So now enjoy your break with a little interview, a little surprise. I think that the staff has always prepared a little surprise, and we see you in a few minutes, guys.
Hey everyone, I'm Kirby from Virtual Airshows, and today I'm trying to explore the differences and the similarities between real-world aerobatics and virtual aerobatics. To help, I'm joined by Flight Lieutenant David Simmons, who flies the Red 5 position in the Royal Air Force Aerobatic team, the Red Arrows. How are you doing today, David?
Very good, thank you very much. Coming to you live here from RAF Scampton. I've just come straight out of a debrief. I've been flying earlier this afternoon, so it's a real delight to be able to welcome you all online here and be able to have a chat with you today. So.
One of our goals here at Virtual Airshows is to inspire others in learning the art of formation aerobatics. Obviously, one of the challenges to be overcome is staying within your box and not endangering others. The good thing about virtual reality is that there are no serious repercussions to any mistakes. In the real world, have you ever thought to yourself, you know what, flying 6 feet from another aircraft isn't for me, and what mental challenges does this come with?
Well, thank you for that question. That's clearly on our minds all the time and every time that we do fly. And we brief thoroughly how we're going to deal with those sort of situations. So we do honour the box, which is a mythical piece of airspace, which is surrounding the jets. And like you say, we do fly up to around about 6 feet from each other. So the overall kind of the way we work is the higher numbers have to avoid the lower numbers. So if you do slide out of your box, say if number 3 slides a little bit further left towards me at number 5, it's my job to react to avoid number 3. Having said that, if you're grossly out of position though, as say if you are from number 3, then we will initiate an escape maneuver. So when we brief and we talk about what each maneuver we're going to do, if we have any kind of problems, engine problem, or anything like that, we brief the escapes. So an escape is generally a full power onto what we call the light buffet, and it's a escape away from that formation. So to keep it safe, we don't just plug away and just hope it will come back together. If we're grossly outside our box, we will get out of there and escape from the formation. So that's how we do it.
And another challenge that is common with virtual aerobatics is something nicknamed death gripping. This is when a pilot unconsciously holds the stick too tightly, which can hurt their hands. Also, those who are wearing a virtual reality headset, as I have here, may sometimes strain their neck from looking too far to the side for too long at their reference. As a real formation pilot yourself, have you ever encountered any similar physical issues?
Yes, absolutely. I'll break that down into the two subjects. So the death grip is certainly something that we can face, and you can kind of feel it when you're just over tightening on that stick. And when you over tighten on that stick, then things become a little bit more pitchy, and you're not reacting in a smooth kind of input to that control that you want. Equally, on a very bumpy day where the weather is challenging, you may want to just increase that grip just slightly, just to make sure that you are holding the stick and not fighting the weather conditions and turbulence. So that's the death grip side of things. We'll often tell ourselves just to wiggle the toes and fingers, and just to keep that input smooth. And we say we go with an input. So that should be the same whether it's smooth or bumpy. And so it's just training the hand into each of those kind of positions for each maneuver. Onto the physical aspect of it, we all train for our own position. Something like Lightning that we flew last year, I'm very, very wide away from the boss, and I'll spend my entire life just looking over my right shoulder, and we're looking at different references on the boss's jet and number one's jet. So you can just find yourself sat in a position that your neck is cranked over and you're pulling a lot of G, which is just straining into your neck. So absolutely, we do aircrew conditioning programs to keep us fit, and then we train specifically to what we're doing. So load work, a little bit of extra fizz does go a long way, and an extra stretching work, even yoga, that kind of stuff does really help in terms of the repetitive nature of what we do, because you're wearing a helmet that weighs 10 pounds or so and you're pulling 60, and suddenly weighing 60, so significant forces on your neck when it's twisted doing some aerobatics. So absolutely, it's all about keeping fit, getting to the gym, and that will sustain you then for the whole season.
Okay, so the pilots flying at today's show won't be able to feel any tension or force feedback on the aircraft. How does the aircraft feel and react in real life? And do you think that the lack of feedback could act as an advantage or a disadvantage to the virtual pilots?
In terms of I can tell you what it's like from our perspective, and then you might have to draw some of your own conclusions. I've just been flying today and it's been a perfectly smooth day. A front has come through and it's on the backside of that front. It's just perfectly calm. But having said so, formation aerobatics, that should be the easiest time to do that. Having said that, every jet is different. So some have a slightly heavier nose, some have different kit in them, and they've got a different center of gravity. Some have a slightly different stick position. It's just all made very slightly differently. So we try and fly the same jets for the whole season. We have a name on the side of them, so you know which one's yours. And so you get very used to how that jet flies. So when you do a loop, you'll put the same input in on that jet. Clearly, you can't do that for the whole season. Jets go unserviceable and that kind of stuff. So you step into a spare or so on. So we then brief to that. So the first 2 or 3 turns that you do with a jet are then key to how that performance will go. So you're getting used to then the input of that new jet, how that feels, and how slightly different those things are to the feel of the jet. So I absolutely think it's crucial that you get some kind of feedback, because then you can do a consistent show, because it feels the same every time. And if it's offered on a joystick that doesn't give you feedback, then I don't know how you would replicate the same conditions every time. So when the weather gets bad and it's very bumpy in some low-level turbulence conditions, we're attempting to put the same input in as we do for a smooth day. It's just the jets are bucking around a little bit, and we're trying to ignore that and just absolutely fly the same input as we do every time. So to get that consistency, then you definitely need some kind of feedback from the jet.
Okay. And talking on the topic of feedback, does the Hawk's power react quickly to the throttle inputs, or is there any latency?
So we've actually had the engines in the Hawks that we fly modified. So it's a Hawk T1, which is pretty old now, sort of 30 years old or so. But the training version of that, which was at Aerobatic Valley, did used to have quite a latency in the engine. It had a spool up time from idle to full power of around about 7 seconds, which is just a bit too long for us. We want a constant kind of reaction, an instantaneous reaction. So we've had our engines modified to give them a quicker spool up time, and that makes formation aerobatics easier. There is some spool up time. It does take a second or two for that engine to kick in. And so how we get around that is sometimes we'll play with the air brake against power. So you can power up, and if you're going to go short, you can use the air brake rather than the power to adjust that position sometimes to save you spooling up or idling that engine.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, that's quite interesting. And so for those watching that don't know, a pilot-induced oscillation, or a PIO, is when a pilot inputs an overcorrection and then they react by that by counteracting with another overreaction. So David, how common are PIOs in the real world, taking into account the resistance of the stick, and how do you prevent that from happening? And when they do occur, what is the procedure to safely reducing them?
So PIIs absolutely do occur, and we want to train to avoid them. And so we brief to a certain technique. So when the boss calls and pulling up, say if I over pull, so I'm going to pull, we call that going shallow. So that's, I've over pulled to where the boss is, so I'm sitting high on the boss. What we brief to do is not back that off. We just hold that position. And you hold it for 2 or 3 seconds, and then we have what's called a half error technique. So we just half that error and then slide it back into formation. If you try and make the adjustment all in one go, then you typically will go through the formation and then end up through it deep, which is what you're describing as a pilot-induced oscillation. When you get down through it deep, you want to correct, and you go overly correct, and you end up doing this shallow all the way. So what we use is is this half error technique. So you hold the error, accept it, and then you just take out half of that error and then slide it back in. And it sounds easier. It says, saying it sounds easy. It's in reality, when you see a big error, you want to fix it straight away, and it takes some real discipline to avoid striving for that, because you always want to be on the right reference and striving for perfection as what we do. But like you say, that is a danger. And if we have a depth swap like that in the air, then it's for other airplanes not to react to. And that's very distracting when you've got a jet that close to you, bucking around like that. And when we come to a brief and the debrief, especially in the debrief, everything is filmed, what we do. And we replay that, and you can see exactly when people put inputs in, and we debrief to that individually to then stop it happening again. So if you've had a PIO on a trip, say in the morning, but you're going flying in the afternoon, then when it comes to the next brief, you say, right, in that maneuver, I'm not going to over tighten there, and then back it off, and that kind of stuff. So we talk about it in great detail.
So a technique we use in the virtual teams is when we're looking at the lead and we're on an outer wing, if that individual makes a PIO and gets in the way of our view of the reference on the lead, we kind of burn that image of the lead in our mind, and we try to hold it there. Is that something you guys do too?
Yes, we absolutely fly off leader. So all our inputs are reference red 1. So sometimes you can see someone backing around inside you, and if you just ignore them, then and hold your reference on the leader, then that should smooth that out. That's definitely true, but we still adhere to the principle of 5. Yeah, and I've got to avoid the person inside me as well. So if they have a big transgression, then I need to be in a position to react to that. But fortunately, it doesn't happen very often. And overtraining is really how we iron that out. So the more you fly, the better you'll get, and the less chance you'll have those. But certainly you see them early days, new pilot joining the team. That can certainly happen, and then we just debrief of how to get out of it.
Yeah. So everyone assumes that avoiding a collision is the biggest cause of concern, and it might well be. But during a live show, or any type of sortie, to be fair, is there other things to think about, such as ensuring manoeuvres are executed correctly? And what can you tell us about all the different things that go through your head before a training sortie or a live show? So one of the roles I have here on the team is I'm called Uncle Enid. So I'm in the front 5, but also one of my jobs is to make sure that the front 5 is prepared well for every show. The boss can be a very busy individual, so he might well be doing some other PR and that kind of stuff. So what we'll typically do is just before the brief, say 10 minutes before the brief, whatever we're doing, if that means stopping engagements, PR and that kind of stuff, we will take that 10 minutes to talk through what we're going to do and what's different on the day and of where we are. Pressure can build, and everyone deals with it, I think, in their own different way. People I've seen in this job actually quite routine dependent. So whether it be, coming in and having a cup of tea is the first thing you do in the day, then it just helps. You stick to your routine, and then over time it becomes kind of a bit more normal of what you're doing, which is really not normal. So when we'll pre-brief for 10 minutes, so that's really highlighting the new things of what this particular show is all about. And then by doing that, it just gets you into the right zone, right frame of mind. If you've been
dealing with a lot of people, engaging with the public, which is all part of our job, which is great. We just need to seal ourselves off for that 10 minutes, and we call it forming a bubble. And once we're in that bubble, it's nothing, no distractions, and then absolutely get our head in the right space to go flying and just concentrate purely on that flying. I can't think of a time when I've been flying formation aerobatics thinking about other things, at home or outside of what I'm doing. So you absolutely need to get your head in the right headspace, and whatever it takes to do that. The synchro pair will probably train a little bit differently. They're looking for specific points on the ground for cross points and that kind of stuff. We have an exec who's number 9 in the team who's overseeing the whole thing, and then we'll step into the brief ready, having looked at ground geographic features, all of that stuff. Note headings that are important to us for that particular site. So if we're going into a break, we'll all have different headings that we'll fly to for that break, for instance. Make sure all of that prep has been done. And sometimes a show will be not at home base. So we might be taking off from, say, Scampton, but doing a show on a coastal location, say in Bournemouth, with, 500,000 people on the beach on a summer's day. So it's getting there to that show and back from it in a safe manner as well. So we'll have one person who's dedicated as what we call the navigator for that sortie, who then is in charge of how we're going to get from Scampton to that show, and has done all of the coordination work. So plenty going on behind the scenes before we've even got to a show, and how we do it safely. But to answer your question, it's getting in the headspace, it's putting all of the extra stuff that goes with this job to one side and just concentrating purely on. So when the boss calls smoke on go and pulling up, we're in that right headspace to go with that pull, not think about anything else.
Okay, that's great. That's all the questions I have. Thank you for your answers. They were quite interesting.
No problem at all. Obviously quite technical in terms of all that kind of stuff. I hope that's you can relate to me in terms of we're doing it in the real world, but hopefully some of that takes across to what you're doing in the virtual world as well. And I'm sure there's going to be loads of similarities about how we do things, and I'm sure there'll be some differences too. So I'm always interested in your feedback back to us, because we can always learn something from you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Virtual Festival of Aerobatic Teams 2020.
Yes, welcome back, ladies and gents. I'm your host, Kiwi, and I'm joined once again with Razor from Virtual Airshows. Thank you very much, Kirby and Red 5, for this interview. It answered a lot of questions some of us still had.
Up next this evening is the virtual Royal Australian Air Force Hornet demonstration. So sit back, relax, and watch as we go live with the virtual RAAF Hornets demonstration.
Seconds to go. Ten, 9, 4, 3.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chris Stryker Curtis. Coming live from Shock Potty Studios here. And boy, we got an amazing presentation for you here. So I'll be the voice for today's virtual Royal Australian Air Force Hornet demonstration. There it is. Look at that livery. As Squidge to your left, piloting, commanding, and lined up on the runway, ready to start this show. Al Squidge hails from London, England, has been climbing into virtual cockpits for over 7 years, starting out on X-Plane 10, began flying at DCS 3 years ago, while in real life, he's flown aerobatics in the Extra 300. So, ladies and gentlemen, from show left, give it up for Squidge and the mighty F-18 Hornet. Hard pull to the left there. Listen to those G404s. Kicking out over 17,750 pounds of thrust right there into your eardrums. Do not pass go. Go direct to that as he comes back around here, set up for his next maneuver. As Squidge pulls hard, commanded back to show right. Look for now the inverted pass. And nicely done, quick. Negative G, right 270 rollout as Squidge is not done yet. He's going to continue right to show left there for a negative G turn as he repositions, slowing the airframe itself down 300 knots. Here is the rollout, and look at that bend and turn and push. That is not fun for the pilots. A little inverted pass in review there, show center Squidge style, as he continues back around. He is not done yet, folks. He's just getting warmed up. Plenty more action here for the Royal Australian Air Force F-18. Squidge is not done pushing forward to the stick too. Look at that. Forward stick 45 now going to almost the 90-degree line. Continue that climb and bring it back down once again on Hero Show Rights. Looking at a Mach 1.8 aircraft, originally at $29 million a pop. Squidge in the F-18 from show right. There's the roll and pull for what they call the minimum radius turn. Look at the nice glow of the afterburner cans there. He is continuing that 360-degree turn, demonstrating high G capabilities right in front of you. Now, he's going to experience over 7 times the force of gravity. Well, right now, as he exits there to show left. Well done. Talking about G for the F-18, normally no more than 7.5 for this aircraft. You can hear that roar of those engines. And he enters in the pole for the first part of a box loop. It's really hard. There's the pull hard. He's not going to try to round it out, folks. He's going to pull as hard as he can on these edges of the box loop. Think of it like a square box right in front of you, Squidge style. Listen to that roar. And just the beautiful whine of those engines too, folks. Capping it up nicely. Coming back to the show line, watch close. He's setting up into That's right, the vertical 7-degree pull coming at you live right at show center in full burner. Going 3,500 feet on top there, slowly pirouetting the aircraft. It comes back down on the downline there. You know, F-18 is an alpha machine, but also the two vertical tails can do things like this. Graceful descent. Still a force to be reckoned with, even in the 21st century. As there it is, folks, if you can see it close, that is the refueling door and probe extended the gear shortly here. There it is as we go in to the vertical right in front of your eyes as Squidge will command a little backstick. There it is into the dirty loop. You can bet he's using all the power at his command there as he comes back down, looking for that downline. Want to make sure he pulls up in time. So the whine of that Hornet. Way to exit the area, a little inverted as he repositions back to show left. Now he's flying the Royal Australian Air Force F-18 in the 2005-ish 20th anniversary livery that they had. It's a really, really good paint scheme. Great way to throw it back to 2005 as it comes back down to the left here. Top side pass. The Royal Australian Air Force, again, they operated the McDonnell Douglas F-18 ever since 1984, when the Australian government purchased 75 A and B variants, and since then have transitioned to the Super. Of course, the Hornet back then, well, that replaced in 1981 the RAAF's Dassault Mirage 3 fighters, as it comes back down on show right now. Get those cameras ready, folks. That's right. Pedal to the metal, Squidge style, high-speed pass. As we're getting back to dirtying up the aircraft, gear down, and a little bit of a left roll there. Now push for the inverted dirty pass. And ladies, if you can see a wave to Squidge as he goes by. A blood rush into his head, not a problem here for the F-18 or Squidge. You ever have a headache? Well, that doesn't help, folks. As he cleans his jet up, continues inverted outbound, pulling hard back to show right, realigning now, back for his next maneuver here. This will be a quadruple 270 rolls. Let's keep on. There's one. Halfway at two. There's three. And rounded off nicely there, Squidge at four. Empty positions now basically show in head-on pass. He's setting up for a loop with a roll on the apex. Now, the F-18 is capable of extreme angles of attack, allowing high maneuverability, just like that right there, and excellent slow speed characteristics. Squidge will now slow the jet to 75 knots. As he comes back down, he's not there yet. He's going to get there, though. There's the apex loop coming back down. Air brakes are out. But if he could, he'd put the canopy out, put his hands out too, as he slows back down to the right. Pulling hard. Burners, brakes. Put an air shows all four there, right? Just let all hang out. As he sets now for the high alpha pass. We saw the inverted dirty pass. Was going to get a little slower on this one. Keep it upright though. From show left. So again, the F-18 is what I call an alpha machine. It loves to just get up there and just let you take that nose wherever you want, almost, compared to many other aircraft. As Squidge now established, look at that, nice and level power changes, precise power changes, mandatory in this maneuver. Really kind of shows off the skill of the guy behind the stick, or as the Red Baron said, the man in the crate. Just look at that angle of attack. Give it up for Squidge, folks, and the F-18. There is the power. And nice, graceful exit to show right. As he continues on, 13-minute display, a lot of gas going on. Fuel capacity about 10,860 pounds for the Hornet internally. And he's pretty much used a lot of it already. And get ready once again, folks, to get those cameras ready from show left, as Squidge is going to make his way for a dedication pass. Let's take a look. Beautiful paint scheme, beautiful pass, and great flying by Squidge. He comes back now into the pole, repositioning for the landing show right. As you can see, the Australian Hornets, well, they're very similar to the standard U.S. Navy variants many of us are accustomed to, but they incorporate a number of minor modifications we'll talk about as he makes his way inbound here for landing. These include the addition of an ILS VOR system, a high-frequency radio, a different ejection seat harness, and the deletion of all the equipment used to launch the aircraft from catapults. That's right, the Australian Air Force, they didn't have aircraft carriers for them to operate on, so we don't need the extra weight, which means more gas required. As it comes down nicely, rear braking it to a stop. Again, these were produced from 1984 to 1990, 57 for the Royal Australian Air Force. Hornets were built. And that's going to about do it for here at VFAT 2020. This is Chris Striker Curtis. Give it up, folks, for Squidge. He's flying in from London, England. This way of saying hi right there, and thanks, flapping the flight controls, a little sweep of the flight controls, his way of saying thanks. And we hope you enjoy the rest of the show. Thanks for stopping by.
What a display from the virtual Royal Australian Air Force's Hornet demonstration.
Yeah, welcome back here. As we are already late, I propose you to switch directly to France. Up next is the Patrouille de France by Jettison, flying X-8 Alpha Jet, a training aircraft used in French Air Force and other air forces in the world. Coming next, the Patrouille de France by Jettison.
Tango, je vais lancer le...
Yes, pas de soucis. Fais seulement.
Et 40 secondes.
Yep.
Machin, j'ouvre le son chez toi.
Ok, Tango. French enthusiasts to promote aeronautics and French excellence through flight simulation.
Affiché devant. Décollage.
With the help of 25 volunteers, pilots, flight simulation specialists, engineers, developers, and cameramen, the Jettison has been introducing special Team performs in virtual events organized by Virtual Airshows that are streamed online, but has also been performing in real events like French national air shows on specific occasions. Thanks to that growing notoriety, the association has been pleased and honored to be sponsored by Jean-Luc Chrétien in 2018, the first French spaceman. We even managed to share a flight together in the virtual skies. The Patrouille de France displays is obviously inspired by the real Patrouille de France. However, there are still some differences due to the adjustment to the simulator's environment. Either it's about to have a better visual aspect, or to enjoy some freedom the simulation can bring into a flight display. Some of these maneuvers are directly taken from the 2019 display, some others were created. Do you see the difference? Even if there are only 8 virtual pilots flying the display, all 25 Jettison members are pleased to represent the country for this event. We have been working really hard to be able to present such a demonstration based on time, hard training, dedication, and a lot of patience. We are the Jettison, and we are ready for VFAT.
À droite, j'incline. En Concorde, top.
Concorde.
As the planes are turning right, please sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Et dégauchy. Très grande flèche, top.
Très grande flèche.
Le fumier, top.
Ladies and gentlemen, in front of us in Concorde formation, soon switching into bigger formation. I give you your 2020 Patrouille de France by Jettison. Blue, white, red, the French flag, the French pride.
Coup de palette, top. Sauf les extérieurs fumés coupés, top. En Concorde, top.
Concorde.
Hold on, I did not over. Here we go on another loop. Elmo just called back the Concorde formation, pulling 4 Gs.
Roulis notre fumier coupé, top. Prépare la couleur. Le fumier, top.
The speed is increasing, planes are still turning, and yet we are still going 40s.
En avant, top.
Switching now to Apollo formation with the white smoke. Here we go for another 360.
Coupé en dart, top. Prépare la couleur.
And hold on as the leader will call for the arrow formation during the loop. He still manages to take some fly and to take his joystick to perform with the Patrouille de France by Jettison. When some teams would like to do a turn to come back on the axis, the Jettison just decide to make a loop in Arion formation.
Tourne toujours. Roulis neutre, fumée coupé top. Prépare la couleur, ouvre à gauche. Roulis neutre en croisillon top. Le fumier top. La barrique cadence.
Now turning right, switching formation step by step, and now from your right. They will come back on the axis with a very specific formation which is called the cross formation. And here we go for the cross formation doing a barrel roll.
Prépare le blanc. Blanc à gauche, j'incline. Roulis neutre en losange top.
Nicely done, well done guys.
Reçu. Maintenant. Le fumier top. Et on y va.
They are now coming from your left in low formation. And watch out, we are going to witness something very spectacular. Atlantic in number 4 will now make its way between the two solo to come back in slot position.
En relax top. Coup de palette top.
Time to come back in diamond formation.
Je rends la main.
And now wait for Elmo's order. No time to waste, as they will join back the diamond formation during the loop.
prépare le blanc, à droite j'incline.
The flight lead of this formation is Elmo, founder of the Jettison, an air traffic controller coming from southwest of France. Number 2, inner right-wing man, call sign Ghost, joined the Jettison 2 years ago and is also part of the modding team for the Jettison. Number 3, inner left-wing man, call sign Hope, joined the Jettison also 2 years ago and learned close formation from scratch with Jettison. I already talked about him. Rafal, number 4, slot position, the last member who joined, participating to his first lap demonstration. Good job and good luck, man. This time from your right, they are coming back to perform a very specific maneuver that the Jettison invented, the round loop.
Légère cadence. Cadence plus.
You can see that at the top of the loop, Elmo pulled the leg a little bit, that's why the loop is perfectly round. Yes, one loop can hide another one.
Prépare la couleur. Lent à gauche, j'incline.
When you pull for a loop, you wait for 320 knots and you pull like 4 Gs. And yet, the formation remains untouched. Absolutely perfect. Let's continue presenting you the pilots. Number 5, first solo. Yes, you know him. It's Cypher. Cypher, modder, cameraman, the fat staff. How to begin? One of the most iconic members of our community. Number 6, second solo. Yup, solo. Also founder of the Jettison, made a 2 years break and came back last year to take second solo. The number 7, auto left wingman, Wakey, the youngest member of the Jettison, currently student in high school. And finally, number 8, yours, multimedia student responsible for most of our video content. This time coming from your left in double diamond formation, we are preparing a maneuver extremely precise. It's called the DNA. So now, I will stop talking for the next 30 seconds to let you appreciate the show.
Je rends la main. Devant cadence et tourne à gauche. En roulineuse. Derrière, on rend la main. Rendu, allez, stop. Devant et tourne à gauche.
Yes, you know what's gonna happen now. One team turning around the other. Ladies and gents, I give you the DNA by Jettison. And hold on, that is not over. This second team will pass through the first one. This is a specificity of flight simulation. We can afford that kind of stuff.
C'était comme un tout gros champignon plein de boutons. Tout petit, la planète.
Okay, you can rest now. We are reaching midway of the show. The formation is joining back together. All planes are reaching Helmo, going to him like birds of prey and turning on the left side to come back.
Prends la main et dégauche.
Ils m'ont dit des trucs que je comprends pas.
Les experts barriques top.
Quelque chose qui se passe dans
Et on y va boucle.
You have seen the planes flying all together. Now it's time for a very dynamic part. You will see the first separation in also a few seconds. Just before that, hold on. The two outer wingmen are performing a balance.
Roule les neutres et tourne à gauche.
From one formation to two formation. And now, get ready for the screenshot. This view helps me to say thank you to Tango for the camera work. You do always great. Thank you. And hold on from the screenshot. The two teams will now come right in front of us to cross. It's a matter of meters at more than 300 knots. Nicely done, and it's not over yet, as the two groups will now do a turn to come back on the axis, and this time they will cross real close right around the runway.
Pour tous en colonne top. Je suis en retard.
First box, led by Elmo. Second box, led by Cypher. Now, it's time to say... It's time to say nothing. It's time to watch. It's time to contemplate. It's time to appreciate. And it's time to dream with the Patrouille de France. From left to right, the cross of the two jettison boxes. Part of the display. Much more dynamic. Specific maneuvers. I think that you already know some of them, but for the others, you'll discover them.
En haut, les neutres cadans. Derrière, oreille gauche, cadran. Et tourne à gauche. Devant des gauchis maintenant. Oui, neutre, cadran. Derrière des gauchis. Devant, inter le fumier, top. Le panier, cadran. Les inters, top. Les deux autres, top. Devant, fumier, coupé, top. Derrière, formation, ping-pong, top. Derrière, le fumier, top. Et derrière, prends la main.
Ladies and gents, the first box, Elmo Ghost, Oak and Raphael. Perfect symmetry, guys. Well played. Hold on, as it's not over, because the 7th box will come just behind them to perform one of the most famous maneuvers, the big bomb. Nicely done. I was talking about dynamism. From your right, Cypher and yours will perform my favorite maneuver of all time, the King Flap.
King Flap.
Now, just look back, appreciate. Cypher, it's your turn to come.
Séparation top, le flux mi-top.
This maneuver gives the time to the first box to come back right in front of us to prepare for the next maneuver. Ladies and gents, the heart of the jettison.
Maintien. Je rends la main. Le cœur, flux mi-coupé, top.
This time from your right, they will come back Ghost Yopweki Helmo to perform
Yours, le fumier. Top.
one of the most iconic maneuvers of the real Patrouille de France. Of course, I'm talking about the Sheriff that's coming from your right now. 2 on the edge.
Percu.
1 inverted.
Top.
It's now.
Et
Showtime.
top.
Top.
Hawk did its first heart at the Virtual Airshows. Congratulations. Now, show me what you got. Show me that dirty barrel with the gear down. Speed is low, plane is reaching its limits, and yet the formation remains perfect.
Stable.
many planes do you see? 1, 2, 3, 4? I don't know yet. The Persian by Jameson. All planes will now come back to Helmo, and he is going to give a final point to this demonstration, a 25 minutes demonstration. I wish it was longer, but no, unfortunately it's not, and everything has an end. This was the demonstration of the Patrouille de France by Jettison. You can find the public mode on www.jettison.com, and you can find every information about the team on our social media like Facebook, Patrouille de France by Jettison. It's an honor for us to be present at this VFAT 2020. We took a lot of pleasure and patience to do it with you. I hope you guys enjoyed the show, and I will let you with Helmo voice for the final maneuver, which is the final split. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the last time, please give it up for the Patrouille de France by Jettison. It was a good show. Yes, it was a good show. Yes, it was a good show. I liked it. Of course, some points can get better, some others not. We never know. Let me just cut the music. So the chat, tell me what you thought of that demonstration. Of course, it started to be late. We've been doing live for 8 hours now. Almost 9. So how you guys are going so far? How do you do so far? How did you like the Jettison, of course? How do you like Tango's camera work? Cypher's piloting skill? Yes. The national anthem was not in this stream because it's like this. So I hope you liked this show. I don't even know what's coming next. Of course, you may have noticed this demonstration is really difficult to do because Cypher is VFAT staff and he was flying for it. So now he just jumped out of his cockpit and came back in this office in order to make things arrive. So I'm going to check what's next, if we have some delay or not, if I can talk to you for a few seconds before switching to the virtual Belgian solo display Dark Falcon. Yes, you know this. This one was done at the Royal International Air Tattoo Virtual Edition last July. It was for my birthday. It was a good day. And the little Emerald did some great job. And I'm pretty sure he's going to do the same today. So sit back, relax, and Emerald, chop, chop, do your job and be good.
And take off. preparing for the high-speed pass. Climbing. Descending. Dark Falcon right downwind. On final. Hello everyone, Emerald here. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. And actually, to end the show, we would like to present you a small tribute to the World War II pilots. The World War II pilots that inspire us young pilots to become actual pilots and realize our dreams and fly for our country. But most especially to Joseph Moreau. Joseph Moreau was the last Belgian pilot alive from World War II that sadly passed away last month. And also, I hope so, there's someone really special watching this live stream. His father was also a World War II pilot. So to end this this display, we prepared you a dedication pass.
We'll meet again. Don't know where, don't know when, but I know we'll meet again some sunny day. Smiling through, just like you always do. the blue skies drive the dark clouds far away. So will you please say hello to the folks that I know? Tell them I won't be long. They'll be happy to know that as you saw me go, I was singing this song. Don't know when, but I know we'll meet again some sunny day.
Emerald breaking.
Welcome back here to FIFA 2020. That was a good show from our friend Emerald coming from Belgium with a wonderful dedication pass with 2 F-16 and 1 Spitfire. Yes, that was pretty good. A good solo. Emerald is very young and yet he manages to do real good demonstration. Remember back in time he was playing with Tom for the Virtual Insanity on Mirage 2000. That was also a good display, which doesn't exist anymore today because the World Delta appeared, and so the Virtual Insanity doesn't exist anymore. So no time to waste. We are already late. You can see that I'm alone. My friend Razor is not there. That's because he's flying for the next display, which is the Rockstar Jet Team. There we go.
She can tell everything. like a devil pointed at me, and there's nowhere to run from the fire she breathes. She got horns like a devil pointed at me, and there's nowhere to run from the fire she breathes. She got horns like a devil pointed at me, and there's nowhere to run from the fire she breathes. Horns like a devil pointed at me. She got two little horns and they give me a little bit. I don't know what you had in mind, but here we stand on opposing sides. Let's go to war. Let's go to war. We arm ourselves with the wrongs we've done, name them off one by one. Let's go to war.
Since 2012, the Rockstar team are going to teach and aid all who want to play formation. The Rockstar team are known as Training Squadron, but displaying their display today, those who have trained and learned within this squadron to progress into active displays, with Razer developing this team for over 10 years. Today we see their first flight in the day here at VFAT 2020, taking off the Rockstar team. While they take off, let me give you the name of the pilots.
No sound. Maybe we can wait each other out. It's a cold war. Let's go to war. With every sound gone.
Rockstar 1, Kieran Razor Fair started the team in 2010 with the aim of one day being able to show the VA community style flight Razor and his spare time work as a freelance designer and works by day as a manager. Rockstar number 2, Brad Mitch Person joined the team in 2020 as that progressed to flight position 2, right wing. Brad is a fanatic of aviation photography and flight. By day, he works as a logistic engineer. Rockstar 3, Joseph Skillen joined the team in 2019 after VFAT 2019. He is a graphic designer and a student. Rockstar number 4, Ash Linden. Ash is the newest member of the team, and he has just joined the squadron after months of training. Planes are now gaining speed before starting their show. Yes, the leader has called for the close formation, and there we go. Ladies and gents, in front of you, in red, white, and blue, will come soon the Rockstar team. From the front, in red, white and blue, the Rockstar Jet team in the head. Pulling 14s in boldly.
Every spotlight, every soundbite, everybody who gave up is just a fuel for wanting him more than anybody against us. They can say what they want now, 'cause we'll be screaming now. We can be heroes everywhere we go. We can have
Very precise flying, very close formation, only 1.5 meters between on plane.
We can be heroes everywhere we go. We can have all that we ever want. Swinging like Ali, rocking our bodies, standing on top like a champion. Keep your silver, give me that gold. You remember when I say we can be heroes everywhere we go. Keeping us down is impossible.
Now, as Razor moves his pilot into Thor formation, each wing pilot will experience high amount of G in the Thor wall. You will notice that the team has climbed up to 2,000 feet and rotated over 120 degrees with the high wing over. Here we go from the roll in Thor formation, ladies and gents, the Rockstar Jet team. Now from the left to the right, the Rockstar Jet team and their 360 dollar. smoke up. First formation change. The formation is still tight. Well done, guys. And another change. While they are experiencing really high G's maneuver, there we go, tail formation. Now coming from your right, the Rockstar Jet team is in diamond formation and are setting up for the diamond roll. The team has now transitioned into thorn formation as they set up for the thorn break. Ladies and gentlemen, the Rockstar Jet team, thorn break. Now from the right and left hand side, Rockstar 2 and 3 are now synchronizing a dynamic demonstration of low capacity and head-to-head loading speed up to 600 knots. Get ready for the screenshot. This is the synchro path. Now, from the left-hand side, 1 and 4 are joined to make a ballet aircraft dancing in two through the ballet roll. Synchros 2 and 3 setting up other double rolls. Beautiful line of formation. 1 and 4 show flow control and focus with the bottom path. Now, at the end of that maneuver, 1 and 4 will climb up to 2,000 feet to clear the airspace for Synchro 2 and 3, as they come in the head for the 360.
Knock me down, all the demons creeping in. Oh, another round trading shots with my ego. Running can't tell me now. Your chains only drag me down. I've battled hard with the face in the mirror. Every scar makes me dig down deeper. Push it till there's nothing more. 'Cause I'm stronger than
And there we go for the head-to-head 360 of Rockstar 2 and 3. Hold on as they will cross again. Nicely done. One thing you must know with Razor, when you think it's over, no it's not over, there is another cross to come. Now, from Show Center, high in the sky, 1 and 4 create a beautiful heart. This heart goes out to all of you this time of year, as the team respects you for the continuing your career on through these hard times. Now from the right, very low. Rockstar 3 in the L39 MRT. Slow and fast as we like it. Look at this plane doing a 360 so low and so fast. And yet, look at that. He didn't cross the runway, he's still in the good access to perform the air show. The air boss is still satisfied, no one is crying yet, and the show must go on. Once rollout number 3 is climbing up to 3,000 feet before completing a half Cuban, and pointing his aircraft into number 2 for the good. Okay, that was crossing the flag. That wasn't fair. I'm very disappointed too, but it happened. Now, as the team roll out, Razor will call the team to roll back and fly back onto his wings. And they are coming. Rockstar 4 joining the formation for one of the last maneuvers.
You know, I'm always hating what I got. They talk shit about me cause I'm wicked and they not. Like, yeah, whatever, all you jealous bitches know you want. A piece of my sickness, my precious business, my vision, commitment, true perseverance, my feeling, my rhythm, my talent, and what? I'm gonna go ahead and tell you what. I'm gonna do exactly whatever the fuck I want. I'm gonna keep on doing it till I get to the top. Cause you know, I guess I'm getting used to feeling like I'm always on the back foot. Yeah, I'm always on the back foot. Yeah. I'm always on the... Woo!
Oh, it's getting laggy. Okay, no big deal, as the plane can handle it. As the team is approaching from the right, they would like to thank everyone here at Big Fats for all the work they have been doing and what they have done this year, and pay high respect to those involved. Ladies and gentlemen, from your right, the last pass of the Rockstar Jet team, led by Raza. This is the top-down break. The Rockstar Jet team. They will now land from Rockstar 1 to Rockstar 4. I don't know yet if we will have the landing in the stream because we are already very late, so I don't know if we have some time. Yes, Cypher tells me this was the end of the show of the Rockstar Jet team. Yes, congratulations. Tell me guys, what did you think in the chat? I did not see a replay before looking at that. That was very interesting, a very good display. back to basics, if I can tell that. They were just basic maneuvers, but nicely done, really smooth, and well done. So, Rockstar Jet team, you are validated for next year's VFAT if you want. So, Razor will be with me in only a few minutes. We'll have the opportunity to talk with him about it, and it's gonna be great. We're still having great time here at VFAT 2020. Yes, it's late. Yes, we're all tired. Look at my face. I am tired. It's written on my face, but who cares? We've been doing live for 9 hours and 20 minutes, which is absolutely enormous. But we still have 6 displays to broadcast here on Virtual Airshows. Yeah, the night will be long. That's what I can tell so far. So tell me, guys, in the chat, what did you think about this wonderful display? Whether it's be on YouTube, on Twitch.com. Did they double further or something like that? I don't know what you're talking about. What's that team called? This was the Virtual Rockstar team. I'm reading the comments as I'm talking to you, so yes. I do many things at once. Thank you very much. Yes, my mother's 6. I'm 62. So thank you, well, man. Very sleek and great display. That's also my point of view. This was well done. I very, how to say that? I really appreciate the Earth-39 displays because you have a lot of possibilities and you never get bored of that plane. So yes. Still 400 and more people watching this wonderful live here at VFAT 2020. Still having some good time and, of course, still having some issues because if we didn't, life would be too easy. Technical problem with the Hornet. Oh, what a surprise. Are the Blue Angels performing? Yeah, I don't know. Virtual Blue Angels tomorrow evening. For Mr. Malik's operator. We will have the Virtual Blue Angel flying tomorrow, but we are already tomorrow in France. Not a big deal. Never lose faith and keep motivated. So guys, help me to stay awake. Talk to me in the chat. I'm here for you guys. So what's coming next? The Virtual Swiss Hornet display team, Swiss Hornet, Swiss plane, which is late. Oh, that's not a good indicator. So, Safer, what do you say? All right, it's time for the Swiss Hornet. Here we go, guys.
Donc on est live. Hein. Merci. On va essayer.
Yeah. For those of you that want to know what we're all about, it's like this, yo. This is 10% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure, 50% pain, and 100% reason to remember the name.
Yeah, you know what it is. Blue and white, blue and white, blue and white, blue and white. Yeah, you know what it is. Blue and white, blue and white, blue and white, blue and white. Yeah, you know what it is. Everything we do it big. Yeah, screaming that's nothing. When we raise them banners, that's stunt. Reppin' my town. When you see me, you know everything. Blue and white, blue and white, blue and white, blue and white. I put it down from my whips to my diamond, diamond. Blue and white, blue and white, blue and white, blue and white. White stripe, blue paint. Opponents scared of us, but them hoes ain't. Soon as we hit the floor, look at them boys' face. Hear that eruption zone, we make the floor shake. Put your hands up if you bleed blue. Yeah, you know what it is. Blue and white, blue and white, blue and white, blue and white. Yeah, you know what it is. Blue and white, blue and white, blue and white, blue and white. Reppin' my town. When you see me, you know everything. Blue and white, blue and white, blue and white, blue and white. I put it down from my whips to my diamond, diamond. Blue and white, blue and white, blue and white, blue and white. Yeah, you know what it is. Blue and white, blue and white, blue and white, blue and white. Reppin' my town. When you see me, you know everything. Blue and white, blue and white, blue and white, blue and white. I put it down from my whips to my diamonds, diamonds. Blue and white, blue and white, blue and white, blue and white.
10 seconds. 9, 8, 7.
Hog is rolling.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of your United States Air Force and all the aircrew of Virtual Air Combat Command, we welcome you to the 2020 Virtual Festival of Aerobatic Teams. I am Virtual A-10 Demo Team Superintendent Chris Max G's Oliver from Daytona Beach, Florida. As a member of Virtual Air Combat Command's 355th Fighter Wing, located at Davis Mountain Air Force Base in Tucson, Arizona, it is my distinct pleasure to describe to you a capability demonstration by the world's most heavily armed and armored close air support aircraft, the rugged and dependable A-10 Thunderbolt II. Our mission is to provide the close air support needed for our Army, Marine, and all other allied ground forces, so they can operate anywhere, anytime. Since 9/11, the United States Air Force has provided over 900,000 air missions in support of today's joint fight. The Virtual A-10 demonstration pilot is Ali Calico Price from Surrey in the United Kingdom. Calico has over 10 years of flight simulator experience and over 900 real-world flying hours, including his current full-time career aircraft, the Airbus A320. The A-10 is capable of operating from much shorter runways than conventional fighter or attack aircraft. Calico demonstrated that capability today when he lifted off in only 1,500 feet. In fact, even with a 16,000-pound bomb load, A-10s can still take off in less than 4,000 feet. On this aircraft, you will notice a heritage paint scheme inspired by the Hun Hunter Texas, a World War II P-51 Mustang piloted by Captain Henry Brown, the highest scoring ace of the 355th Fighter Group. Because of its toughness, tenacity, and devastatingly good looks, the people who know it best, the pilots who fly it, and the mechanics who maintain it have unofficially dubbed it the Warthog. Air Combat Command, Pacific Air Forces, the Air Force, Air National Guard, and Air Force Reserves all fly the A-10. Ladies and gentlemen, from behind and to your right, Calico and the A-10 Thunderbolt II. Watch now as Calico pulls the A-10 straight into the vertical, demonstrating the Warthog's power and maneuverability in all attitudes of flight. Calico is now repositioning the A-10 for a pass down the show line, where he will perform a double aileron roll. During this maneuver, he will demonstrate the Hog's rapid roll capabilities by rolling his 35,000-pound aircraft at 200 degrees per second. And now, from the left, Calico displaying the Warthog's rolling maneuverability. Calico is now positioning his A-10 for a slow roll along the show line to demonstrate the Hog's precise handling characteristics. As he rolls, you will notice this unique camouflage, the black and white invasion stripes painted on the wings and engine nacelles. These were used during the Second World War by the Allies in order to aid identification of friendly aircraft in the air and on the ground. Now, from the right, the slow roll. Calico Calico is now performing a classic aerobatic maneuver, the Cuban 8. It is the A-10's remarkable maneuverability that enables it to perform its close air support mission. Twisting and turning low over the battlefield, the Warthog can deliver devastating firepower, destroying targets in close proximity to friendly ground forces. The A-10's arsenal includes GPS laser-guided and general-purpose bombs, Maverick missiles, rockets, 30mm bullets, and AIM-9 air-to-air missiles. All of these weapons have been used to attack enemy forces in Iraq, Bosnia, Kosovo, Afghanistan, and Syria. The A-10's two TF-34 turbofan engines add more than just power to its performance. They're much quieter than comparable engines. This makes the airplane much harder to hear and adds immensely in achieving tactical surprise. The Hog's engines are also extremely fuel efficient, enabling it to fly more than 1,000 miles without refueling. Add in-flight refueling, and the Warthog can fly non-stop to Europe, the Pacific, and the Middle East. Calico is now repositioning his aircraft to perform a level 360-degree high-G turn. It's the A-10's quick turn rate and small turn radius, which enable it to work effectively over the battlefield, even under marginal weather conditions. Just completed that turn in only 1,400 feet. That is less than the size of an average NASCAR racetrack at well over twice the speed of your favorite driver. On the battlefield, this capability enables the Warthog to turn quickly and evade enemy air defenses. Calico is now configuring his aircraft to demonstrate the A-10's slow speed controllability at its final approach speed of 120 knots. Get your print screen buttons ready. This slow speed pass will give you a good chance to see the A-10's high bypass engines and unique tail design. These distinct features help mask the engine heat signature, aiding the pilot to defeat infrared missiles. Let's go to the cockpit of the A-10 and see if Calico has any words for us today.
We'd like to thank the Virtual Airshow staff for allowing us to perform here today, as well as everyone coming out to watch.
The A-10 is a premier close air support aircraft, supporting our ground forces engaged with the enemy. These forces normally include a Joint Terminal Air Controller, or JTAC, embedded in the unit. The JTAC coordinates and controls the A-10 to engage the enemy. Low altitude, tactical navigation is a core competency of every A-10 pilot. The ability to utilize terrain masking techniques in a high-threat environment allows today's attack pilot to surprise unsuspecting targets using the A-10's weapon of choice, the awesome GAU-8 Avenger 30mm Gatling gun. Firing bullets the size of Coke bottles at almost 70 rounds per second, its big shell delivers 7 times the destructive energy of the more conventional 20mm round. Listen now as Calico obtains final attack clearance from the JTAC.
Hog 1 in from the north.
Hog 1, continue. Hog 1, you are cleared hot. It will now take Calico less than 30 seconds to get back into firing position. With 2 Hogs working together, enemy forces can expect to be under A-10 fire once every 10 to 15 seconds. Is now repositioning for his final attack, where he will simulate dropping Mark 82 500-pound bombs. These general-purpose bombs are useful for cratering airfields or destroying buildings, adding versatility to the Hog's arsenal of weapons. Calico is now performing a jink out maneuver. This continuous changing 3D maneuver makes it very difficult for enemy anti-aircraft gunners to track the A-10. The Warthog was built to withstand significant battle damage while having the capability to fly on a single engine and total loss of hydraulic power. The Warthog has a well-earned reputation for strength and striking power, a reputation earned in Kosovo, Afghanistan, and Iraq, where Hogs destroyed numerous enemy armored vehicles, artillery sites, Scud missiles, and was even credited with 2 air-to-air kills. Today, the upgraded A-10C, armed with state-of-the-art targeting pod, helmet-mounted queuing system, satellite communication, and data link, continues to set the standard for supporting today's allied forces in today's joint fight. Now, from the right, Calico and a 4-point roll, displaying the crisp handling characteristics of the A-10. Ladies and gentlemen, Calico is now repositioning his A-10 behind and to the left to set up for the dedication pass. We would like to dedicate this pass to the men and women of the armed forces and their families who support them. We would also like to remember our wounded warriors and veterans in attendance today. And finally, remember those who have given their lives defending our nations across the globe. This will be your best photo opportunity, so have your print screen buttons ready to capture this proud salute. Now, from behind and to your right, the Virtual A-10 demonstration team proudly presents the dedication pass. Once again, we salute all those fighting in today's joint fight and any wounded warriors and veterans in attendance today. We especially want to thank those who have given their lives in defense of their country and all their families which have sacrificed so much. The United States Air Force's Air Combat Command provides essential combat air support capability for today's joint fight. The A-10 has consistently demonstrated its capability to fly more than 4 sorties per day, a tribute to the skill and dedication of our magnificent maintenance crews. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a hand to our standing maintainers and all those service members keeping our aircraft fit to fight. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's demonstration. We hope you have enjoyed this brief display of just a fraction of the A-10's full combat capability. As an integral part of the most capable Air Force the world has ever known, your A-10 Warthogs are ready to defend our nation's skies and dominate the battle space anywhere on the globe. Ready to aim high, fly, fight, and win.
Greetings, VFAT. This is Chris Stryker Curtis, your voice for the High Alpha Research Vehicle, or HARM demo. The HARM is a McDonnell Douglas F-18 Hornet used by NASA in a 3-phase program investigating controlled flight at 70 degrees of angle of bank, roll rates at 65 degrees. Angle of bank. Josh Heater Stewart from San Diego, California, the area spin around will demonstrate phase 1 of the unmodified F-18 characteristics of this amazing aircraft. To clarify, this aircraft has not been. No fuses or circuit breakers have been reset on the flight control computer. Smoke out from show right, it's Heater and the HARM. Accelerating at full burner at 250 knots. He'll bank wings to 80 degrees and pull aggressively and drift. Pretty much a side drift. There's our nose down up the Hornet. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Josh Heater Stewart and the HARM. Tokyo Drift have nothing on this demo. Watch as he goes back in the vertical, pulling hard. Showcasing the amazing aerodynamics. Through Aerobatic, we can say that right. Aerobatics is the gear going to wells inverted outbound. Directly in front, he's maneuvering. Showcase the classic implement turn. A combat maneuver dating back to World War I in order to quickly reposition an aircraft onto another in the opposite direction. It's going to hold back in the stick, basically. To demonstrate the aggressive maneuvering of this unique Hornet, he'll position the aircraft flat on its back once it gets up there, while still momentarily gaining altitude at a velocity of up to 8,000 feet per minute. Let's see it. A lot going on up there. Watch that. There's that left pedal. Right pedal. Coming back down on the down line now, finishing that. Edelman quarter spin turn. You're the massive roller of the GE404s outbound. Now from show left here, we'll snap the flight stick to the left at a low altitude roll, then yank the stick once more full aft, introducing a asymmetrical thrust, giving the Hornet a roll with enormous alpha load of, get this, 50 degrees, what we call the arrow on roll to alpha roll. Look at the alpha there. Here it is, carving out the sky. Covering out. This Heater maintains control of that jet. The wild stallion coming up on the back side there. Well done, Heater. As he is outbound repositioning. Smoke on the F-18, Josh Heater Stewart. Completing that airspeed. Nicely done as he descends on the outbound, or right side of the turn there, coming back. Get you now. Listen to the whine of those GE engines. continues to carve out the sky there. A lot of left pedal. There's the right roll coming back in now. He's coming for a maneuver achievable by few airframes today. The Harv V will rely on its GE F404 engines, producing over 35,000 pounds of thrust. As the lift generated by the wings are not nearly enough to complete this maneuver, we call the power loop. Powering it hard over the top now, coming back down, smoke up. Little fun fact here is repositions at this time, I guess it's time of the routine. Fuel weight of the aircraft is now low enough and has a positive thrust to weight ratio and actually gains speed basically throughout the climb, and he's going to demonstrate that climb in a unique way here in a second. He just slams it back on the stick. Look at that, folks. Tribute to the U.S. Space Shuttle program. Tail hook and wheels extended at 2,500 feet to execute the famous roll program. The maneuver used by the Space Shuttle to roll the vehicle 180 degrees onto its back. Let's watch. Peter, this is Houston. Roll program complete. Upon reaching 4,000 feet, he'll gracefully exit. Pull the aircraft with a nosedive for his next maneuver. That's sad. No space for you today. We got some more maneuvers here at VFAT 2020. Now, some of the primary traits that separate the Harm demo, it's impressive high alpha characteristics, which remain part of the aggressiveness, passion to provide you with an outstanding show routine. From show right at 170 knots, Peter will roll the aircraft inverted to take advantage of the aircraft's body to rapidly slow to a crawling 70 knots. Ladies and gentlemen, signature maneuver, the inverted 30 high alpha. As gear exits full burner. Yes, he's got that thrust, like I said earlier, as he climbs out of it. A little tip of the hat there to NASA and the impressive fly-by-wire logic of their flight control computers. As he enters show left, going to go behind the crowd at 2,000 feet AGL. Aircraft under a shallow nosedive. And a massive 17-degree droop from the leading edge flaps in combination with the powerful twin engines we've seen and heard helps reposition the aircraft's nose. Again, this is a high alpha machine. Following this, he'll descend into a high alpha, wrapping around the crowd once more. A lot going on here. Let's look at Josh Peter Stewart. As he calls it. Go vertical now, calling for the power hover. Back to the crowd. On the downlight, smoke on as he rolls out, coming back at you, folks. Watch this. Get ready at a modest 250 knots. You'll pull the 75-degree climb. And there it is. Reduce the power to idle. Here to second. Up he goes, up momentarily. He's going to come right back down, fly backwards. But again, as he starts to do that, he'll apply maximum power. And it's just going to hover that, through 35,000 pounds of thrust, I guess you could say. You might be able to see him slide backwards before recovering this too, folks. Watch this. Heater now contacting normal parameters of this fighter jet as it completes the power hover to Infinity Alpha, setting up for our next maneuver here. Now, at the approach to the right, you'll see the aircraft be in the inverted profile once more. At 240 knots, he'll then push full forward on the stick, introducing a painful negative 4G push into the vertical climb. He'll achieve then a high alpha research vehicle standard, I guess you could say. A limited gentleman heater and the inverted pushover. This has gotta hurt. I don't know what he ate for breakfast, but that's pretty solid because as he pulls right out of it, little S-turn going on up vertically, looking good. For today's final maneuver, he'll give us front row seat, the unique spin recovery traits of this F-18. Get those cameras ready. It's heater as well, and the Harvey demo. All right, here we go, folks. Into the vertical smoke on for unique spin recovery traits demonstration here. Climbing up to 10,000 feet. The GE-404 engines will produce an asymmetrical thrust. Enter him into a flat spin here in a second. Watch this. He's going to be in this timing now for over 30 seconds. Let's see if he holds on to it. Now watch as he starts his recovery. Part of the spin here at 7,000. Aims to get out of it at 4,500 above ground level. Let's take a look. And again, this is the inverted flat spin upright pedal turn. Upright complete as let's see if he can recover. Place your bets. And if you bet he did well. As he gets out on the bottom of it, sets up for his landing. That airshow routine at this level of energy well simply cannot be finished with a traditional landing. But no. Look high up to the right as heater positions himself inverted here in a second. And altitude of 3,000 feet for his final approach to land as he climbs up to that altitude. All right, with the aircraft trending below now, almost 100 knots. Blowing it down. Watch this, it's nose down. He has to follow sky and quickly roll the aircraft upright. And arrested us at the slightly touchdown. Safe and sound. The hard demo famous dive to land heater style. That's raised above glide slope. And like a glove. You know, the NASA F-18 high-altitude research vehicle, the HARP project, as a part of Their technology program remained proven and flexible, just like you saw here. But folks, it's not just that. Give it up for Josh Heater Stewart and the F-18. NASA skins and all. He did a great job, and let him know in chat how he did. This is Chris Striker Curtis saying thanks for stopping by today. Enjoy the rest of the show here at VFAT 2020.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Heater and his High Alpha FA-18 demonstration. Now, we would like to give once again a huge thank to Razor Local for helping provide and support our event over this weekend with the hardware and being able to use a studio where Cypher is currently working throughout the night to make this all possible.
Up next, over Anapa, at the VFAT 2020, we have the Virtual Pacific Air Force F-16 demo team. So once again, sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
It is an honor to be here at the 2020 Virtual Festival of Aerobatic Teams. As a member of Pacific Air Force's 35th Fighter Wing, located at Misawa Air Base in Japan, it is my distinct pleasure to describe to you today a capability demonstration by the world's premier multi-role fighter, the F-16 Fighting Falcon, affectionately known as the Viper.
User left your channel.
The Viper's mission is to provide air-to-air and air-to-ground superiority. It supports all branches of the U.S. Armed Forces and our allies, allowing them to freely operate in today's joint combat operations. Since 9/11, the United States Air Force has provided over 900,000 air missions in support of those operations. The aircraft that you will see today is none other than one of Pacific Air Force's 18th Squadron aggressors, provided to make our travels here for VFAT 2020. The pilot for today's demonstration is Christopher Oliver, call sign Max G's, from Daytona, Florida. Max G's is a veteran experienced flight sim aerobatics pilot for over 11 years with real pilot experience. In a clean configuration, the Viper weighs less than 25,000 pounds. That's coupled with a powerful Pratt & Whitney F129 engine that produces over 30,000 pounds of thrust. That translates to more horsepower than the entire starting lineup of the Indy 500. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from the left, it's Max G's and the F-16 Fighting Falcon! Cheese is now setting up from the left for a half Cuban 8, his first aerobatic maneuver. Watch as Max Cheese applies full afterburner and traces a precise vertical half figure 8 over the airfield. As Max G's returns to show center from the left, he will accelerate rapidly and snap the F-16 through 3 aileron rolls, demonstrating its exceptional rolling maneuverability. In a dogfight, the ability to turn tight is crucial. Watch now as Max G shows you just how exceptional the F-16 is in a 9G turning environment. At show center, he'll bank sharply and accelerate through a tight turn, pressing him into the seat with a force of over 9 times his normal body weight. In the full turn, the Viper has an impressive turning radius of less than 1,400 feet. G's will now demonstrate the F-16's crisp handling characteristics provided by the Viper's digital flight control system. As he performs a 4-point roll at show center, notice the precision at which these individual movements are executed. From the left, it's Max G's and the 4-point roll. Be sure to follow our team on Facebook and Instagram at Virtual Pack-Out Viper to keep up with the team. Now, to further demonstrate how powerful and maneuverable the Viper truly is, Max G's will perform a double immelman and complete it in less than 6,000 feet. As he approaches show left, Max G's will set up for a series of maneuvers which will demonstrate the F-16's ability to turn tight and stay unpredictable, a trait which helps the Viper survive against low altitude threats and then quickly transition from a horizontal flight into the vertical. Ladies and gentlemen, from high and to the left, it's the Falcon turn and the Shark's Tooth. G's is now slowing the F-16 to prepare for a slow speed high alpha pass. While the Viper can fly at more than twice the speed of sound, slow speed control is just as important to those who fly it. High Alpha refers to the high angle of attack at which the aircraft will be flying, and Max G's will hold the Viper at a 23-degree nose-up position while moving at only 120 miles per hour. As he approaches, notice the camouflage paint scheme of the F-16, one that's designed to make it more difficult to identify in weather conditions ranging from clear bright skies to dull overcast. When he reaches show center, Max G's will apply full afterburner and accelerate his aircraft into a near vertical climb, demonstrating the F-16's awesome thrust-to-weight ratio in a maneuver called the Muscle Climb! Now, as Max G's repositions his aircraft and demonstrates the low-altitude, high-speed capability of the Viper. As he passes show center, he'll be traveling at over 700 miles an hour, less than half the F-16's top speed of over Mach 2! Get your cameras ready now, as Max G's prepares to demonstrate the combination of thrust and the F-16's flight control systems that make the knife edge maneuver possible. Dropping in from the right, the F-16 and the knife edge pass. Now watch as Max G's quickly sets up for a maximum performance climb with a series of aileron rolls. As he pulls back on the stick, you'll see the Viper's exceptional power and rolling ability as he climbs from just 200 feet to over 3 miles. Ladies and gentlemen, Max G's has begun a spiraling curving descent in preparation for the dedication pass. He and the rest of the Virtual PACAF F-16 Viper demonstration team from the 35th Fighter Wing wish to dedicate this pass to the men and women from all branches of the armed forces and their families who have so bravely fought in today's joint fight. We would also like to remember our wounded warriors and veterans today, and those who have given up their lives defending this great nation.
Do you feel cold?
This will be your best photo opportunity, so please get your cameras ready to capture this special salute.
Remember all the sadness and frustration and let it go.
And now, from behind and to the left, Virtual PACAF Viper Demo Team proudly presents the Dedication Pass! Max is now approaching from your right for his final maneuver, a tactical pitch-up prior to landing.
Nothing
species has decelerated and is lowering the landing gear. When he approaches the runway, he'll decelerate to about 150 miles per hour, enabling the F-16 to stop in less than 3,000 feet if necessary. Add its ability to take off from relatively short runways, and you have a fighter that can operate from thousands of airfields in virtually every country in the world.
On my shoulders.
The Viper can target objects well outside visual range, while traveling faster than the speed of sound. Coupled with an innovative, motivated, versatile, and adaptable airman, your United States Air Force's F-16 Fighting Falcon is applying new technologies and capabilities never before seen on a fighter. Once again, be sure to follow our team on both Facebook and Instagram at Virtual PACAV Viper for any additional photo galleries and video footage from our practices leading up to VFAT and other DCS aerobatic events. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's demonstration. We hope you've enjoyed this brief display of only a fraction of the aircraft's full combat capability. As part of the most capable Air Force the world has ever known, your F-16 Vipers are ready to defend your nation's skies and dominate the battle space anytime, under any conditions, anywhere in the world, ready to aim high, fly, fight, and win!
What an amazing performance from the Virtual Pacific Air Force's F-16 demonstration team.
Next up for the final show of this evening, the Virtual Fighting Falcons flying the F-16C in a special black and red livery. Now we transition over to the team. Now. Or now?
So it seems like the team needs a little more time to get ready. So thank you everyone for thank you everybody for turning up today for this event. Without viewers, it wouldn't make anything possible. So much appreciated for everyone being here. This will be the last display of this evening, but don't forget the displays carry on tomorrow throughout the afternoon and evening. So this is a 2-day event, not just 1, 2 days.
And if I can add something, people just see the two of us in front of the camera, but there are many more people, including teams who work for that project. But right now, I think of course, Hope, Cypher, Tango, Chucky, and Kirby, and many more people who acted and did an enormous job today. So yes, this is almost it. This is 10 hours and 45 minutes live, which is the greatest duration for live on Virtual Air Show channel. This is absolutely enormous. I think people know that now we really are tired. No, we won't fall asleep because we have a job to do and we'll do it till the end. I think that's the spirit of it. And yes, Cypher says it's ready. So guys, sit back, relax. It's time for Virtual Fighting Falcons flying the F-16C.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Virtual Fighting Falcons, I would like to welcome you to today's demonstration. The maneuvers you will see displayed here today will give you just a glimpse of the capabilities of the mighty F-16 Fighting Falcon. On the runway to your right, our 5 Falcons have taken their position, and you will notice that 4 of the aircraft are in the fingertip formation with a single solo aircraft trailing behind. Very shortly, all 5 aircraft will begin their takeoff roll. Upon becoming airborne, all 5 aircraft will perform a crossing break on takeoff, then rejoin on the wings of Falcon 1 in the Stinger formation. As the formation exits to the left, let's watch as they reposition for their next maneuver, the fan break. As the formation approaches center point, each pilot will perform an individual brake turn and exit the show line in a separate direction. cleared the flight line. Let's watch now as our Falcon pilots join into two separate pairs. From the right will be Falcons 1 and 3. From the left, Falcons 2 and 5. Approaching center point, Falcons 1 and 5 will pitch up and perform opposing aileron rolls, while Falcons 2 and 3 perform an opposing knife edge pass. Simultaneously, Falcon 4 will come from behind and overhead, and to split the airspace between our two pairs.
I'm tripping on the edge. High as a kite, I'm never coming down. And if you hear me, guess you know how it feels to be teardrops, let it hurt till it stops. I can't keep my grip, I'm slipping away from me.
Approaching from the left and right, Falcons 2 and 3 are now inbound for the knife edge pass. Crossing over center point, they will perform an opposing knife edge pass, followed by a split S reversal maneuver. Pulling through the horizon, let's watch now as they complete their split S and perform the opposing inverted to inverted pass. In front of the crowd, Falcons 1 and 5 are maneuvering to form a heart here in the skies over VFAT. As they form the heart, let's watch for Falcon 4 to pierce as the arrow. In front of the crowd. Having completed the heart, let's watch as Falcon 1 performs a looping maneuver and Falcons 2, 3, and 4 rejoin, aiming to reform the diamond formation over the top. Falcon 5 is approaching to demonstrate the tight turn circle of the F-16. Let's watch as he performs a minimum radius after burning the turn and exits the show line vertically, showcasing the incredible thrust-to-rate ratio of these F-16s. From the right, the Diamond is going to give us a fantastic look at formation flying. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Diamond Pass in Review. Falcon 5 brings us a little bit of thunder here to VFAT with a sneak pass. To the left, the Falcons are setting up for the Vortex. Let's watch as Falcon 1 rolls inverted, while Falcons 2 and 3 roll around him. Simultaneously, Falcon 5 will be looking to overtake the formation at center point. Inbound again from the left. Let's watch as Falcon 5 displays the inverted flight characteristics of these F-16s with the inverted pass. Ahead and to the right, the Falcons are setting up for another difficult maneuver, the trail to diamond roll. Let's watch as the formation rolls 306 degrees, transitioning from the trail formation back into the Falcon diamond. Falcon 2 is now inbound from the left. Let's watch as he performs a 270-degree roll, followed by a bottom-up pass. Falcons 1, 3, and 5 are setting up for their next maneuver. Let's watch as Falcon 1 rolls into the inverted, and Falcons 3 and 5 roll into the knife edge, all while keeping formation. Falcon 4 demonstrates a tactical surprising of the F-16 with a sneak pass.
Quiet, don't let it all come undone. Cause if I dare open my mouth, it'll just be to bite my tongue. I gotta keep quiet, quiet, listen to your voice. Because the power of your words can repair all that I've destroyed. I gotta keep quiet, quiet, don't let it all come undone. Cause if I dare open my mouth, just be to bite my tongue, to bite my tongue.
Let's watch as the Stinger formation performs a 4G 360-degree turning maneuver. Halfway through this maneuver, all 5 pilots will perform aileron rolls in close formation.
My body's getting cold, so far away.
The Virtual Fighting Falcons were founded in September of 2019 and took their first flight as a team later that October. The team currently flies the Eagle Dynamics F-16C Block 50 Fighting Falcon. Since their beginnings, the team has been training hard over the past year in preparation for their first public display here at VFAT 2020. From behind the crowd, the Stinger formation is rolling out for their next maneuver. Passing over center point, they will climb to the vertical and perform a looping maneuver. The smoke will come on, and they will perform a break, with each pilot exiting the formation in a separate direction. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Falcon Claw. As each pilot comes into land, they will perform an individual maneuver along the shoreline. At this time, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce the pilots you've seen flying for you here today. Flying Fighting Falcon number 1, Kanan Ghost White, from Seattle, Washington. Flying Fighting Falcon number 2, Jordan Wolf Blitz Brock, from Nashville, Tennessee. Flying Fighting Falcon number 3, Josh Hornet Kruger, from Seattle, Washington. Flying Fighting Falcon number 4, Reese Lake Boyington, from Boise, Idaho. And Flying Fighting Falcon number 5, Sloan Sensory Philly Cheese Steak. Oh, hell, he knows his name. He's from Dayton, Ohio. As the Fighting Falcons come in for landing, we would like to thank the VFAT staff and all of those in attendance today. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, I present to you the Virtual Fighting Falcons.
Welcome back, guys. We are back here on the desk. This was the final display of VFA 2020 Day 1. Of course, this time I have a hat which fits with my accent, you know.
Oh my god.
And we have Tango here, right behind.
Oh yeah. Reza, I don't know what to think, but he looked like a guy of those old movie, you know, back in the 80s, like go to the shop and get some baguettes and stuff. But yeah, oh why? But yeah, that's but yeah, you're still a beautiful man, Kiwe. No, I think we had a fantastic day today. There was to be honest, I like to see a lot of new teams. I'm a bit, as everyone, disappointed to not seeing the VTB. We think about them and all the trouble they went through this year, and we really hope that everything is going a bit better on their own. I saw that was Haro in the chat that he did some camera work. So that's really fantastic for to see that people still involved even if they're not flying. So I think we all flew today except you, Kiwe, because obviously you're from the
too bad.
You're over this. You're too high for this now. It's not your level. What is it for me that I hear music or what? Maybe it's because we are so beautiful, but no. I think it went really smooth. We took a bit of delay at the end of the day, but we catch up. I really do have enjoyed the demonstration of the Virtual Fighting Falcons. It was an amazing event. I get spam from Discord, but that's fine. And we hope you enjoyed the show as well. I would like to thank Cypher, the mad scientist behind all of this, because he's always hidden somewhere. But he did a good job. Wow, the voice of Cypher. Wow. No, but yeah, thank you, Reza, for the today's narration. I should not watch my screen because you are writing some bad stuff on it. But yeah, so let me open the schedule on my other screen to see if, I think tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, we are starting with the Royal Netherlands Air Force F-16 and Apache combo demonstration. So that will be some chopper action that we don't have a lot in VFAT. Hello in the chat, hello Coop, and hello everyone. I will open my... Okay, so I have my schedule. So tomorrow We are starting with the Apache and the 16 Combi demo, then we go to Sweden to see some vegan action. Newcomer, the virtual Yako team from France, I think you were, if I'm not mistaken, Yako team. Yeah, okay. Then we have the SwissJ team from Switzerland, of course, voilà. And Solo Turk against Sparflex from France, Virtual Turkish Star. And today we saw the IRSS and Wharton there. Tomorrow we will get them in DCS with the SU-33. And we have Kirby who will be flying tomorrow with the Aerovector. We have the famous Banana who's coming back. After we have another F-18 demo by Mr. Sawamura. We have the Swift with MiG-29, Wolf Delta. Then we have our very own Hope who will fly with the Eagle. After the Virtual Patrouille Suisse, the Virtual Zeus demo team by the non-famous Scooby Boy. After a little break with some more surprise. I won't pronounce the name of this team because I will try. Virtualne Bielo Chverchkone Iskri. So complicated to pronounce. After we have the Italians. Heritage Flight, Snowbird, and to finish this 2020 edition, we will finish as usual with the Virtual Blue Angels. So yeah, I think we have a very big planning tomorrow. I hope people will be there to tune. I send all the kisses to Flex in the chat. And yes, thank you guys. Thank you Cypher, Chucky, Hope, Kirby, all the cameraman who came today. Thank you for all the cooperation. And yeah, I will let you speak a bit because voila.
Because voila.
It's been a pleasure to present the start of this wonderful weekend with you all. It's a lot of hard work, especially on the back end here. It's Cypher going mad in the studio up until early hours trying to get all this working, especially this morning as well. So huge props to you there, Cypher.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Tango, for the trust you put in Razor and I. This was really something we appreciated. And I think the combination with Razor and I was not so bad for our first one. And I think this is maybe the start of something new.
Yeah, and Cypher that said that I don't see your beautiful beard, but yeah, I know that you are in the back doing stuff. So yeah, props to you, bro, because you are doing everything. And yeah, this afternoon you jump from the camera to your cockpit to fly the Patrouille de France to jump back on the chair to handle the rest of the show. So that's insane. Now it will be a long lemon squeezy. Now it will be a long night for Chucky. We will work on the highlights for tomorrow. So we all think about him. And yeah, we will see all tomorrow. Starting at 14:10 GMT. And yeah, I think we have to wish you a good night, maybe. And that's all for me. I will let Kiwe and Raider finish this on the good way.
Aye.
So Raider, would like to tell a word before we close.
Yeah, so we'll see you all tomorrow for day 2 of the virtual festival of Aerobatic teams here on Virtual Airshows. Don't forget you can actually follow us on Facebook by going to facebook.com/virtual airshows, and you can also check out our website, which is www.virtual-airshows.com, and we also do have Instagram now, which is one of the new things that we've kind of switched over to, which is the tag handle of @Virtual Airshows. Nothing more from me. QA, anything from you?
Thanks, guys, for watching it today. This was an amazing day 1 of VFAT 2020. I think tomorrow will be even better. So we are Virtual Airshows. Let's the dream continue and see you tomorrow. Have a good night.